This is the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Chime. Look where we are, Houston, Texas, for the Angels taking on the Astros. You want superstars? You have superstars all over the baseball field. Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani, Dusty Baker's club with Alex Bregman and Carlos Correa. Correa leading off for the first time in his career. Oh, there's Albert Pujols. And I mean, you name it, there's a superstar involved with these two clubs. And we can't wait to see them battle. They are exclusively on YouTube tonight. It will be live with Matt Vasgersian calling the action with a whole bunch of friends. And we'll get you going for 30 minutes, all about the Astros and the Angels. Scott Braun and Jim Thome. So great to see you, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Scott. It's great to be back, and what a game this is going to be. It's going to be, it'll be a fun game to watch because, as you said, there's so many great players on both sides here, and it's always nice to see good baseball this early in the year.
I felt like when I was walking out with you just now, there would be some, walk-up music or something like that. You didn't even care what your song was,
They could do that. No. Whatever they played, they could play. I just tried to do the job in the batter's box.
Yeah,
so
Jim was like, you know what? I'm just going to do a little bit of this.
Yeah.
It all worked out. So let's see how things have worked out for these two teams yesterday.
Rockies trying to strike early. Trevor's Story, 1-0.
Treble whip it fair just inside the third baseline. It'll roll down onto the track. Tapia scores. They're going to send McMahon a two-run double for Story.
Jonathan Daza will lead off the Rockies' second.
Urquidy shakes off the sign. Now the 2-2 is hit well down the left field line. Hooking towards the corner, but it is gone. Touch him all time. Jonathan Daza.
So here's Mike Trout batting. 2 outs, no one on, no score, and he swings at the pitch and lifts a high fly ball that's carrying deep out into right field. It is Trout here. Home run number 6 for Mike Trout.
Power for Trout.
Has home run power, can do damage.
Here it comes. Deep center field. Gone! And Adolis has put the Rangers in front in the 8th inning. 5-3 Rangers.
And now a fresh series for these two teams. The Angels and Astros get going, and the Angels are checking in at 9-7 on the year. They're just a game and a half out of first. And hey, the Oakland A's are on another planet right now. They just cannot stop. Meanwhile, the Astros were off to a super fast start, and then they've fallen now a bit, 7-10. But you can see it's super competitive, Jim. They're all very close together.
Yeah.
And with the Angels, they still do have, there's a ton of names, but they do have the best player, I would say, in Major League Baseball over the past, it's been like a decade now?
I mean, whenever you talk about the number one and the best player in baseball, it's Mike Trout.
Mm-hmm.
For me, I mean, he's consistent every year. He puts up great numbers. And it's here at the network. I know it's a joy for us to talk about him. So I think we're going to dive in here to a little bit. So last year, obviously, what a rough year in general for everybody.
Sure.
And, you look at, here he goes deep to center. He goes to left field. Here on a breaking ball, he goes to left center. Now we're going to go into this year early in April. Same thing. The leg kick, he's always in position to get ready. There's a ball out in front of the plate that he hits into the seats in deep left center. Now he goes oppo, and that tells me he stays on the ball. Interestingly, Scott, he's got a flat bat on his pre-setup, okay? When he gets back to his backside, the thing I look for is the angle, the knob of the bat to the catcher, and when the front foot hits, that's where you get that knob to the catcher, and that is the most powerful position a hitter can be in, and that's why Mike Trout does and is so consistent, because he's so true with his mechanics every day. If they said to me, hey, go do a demo on Mike Trout, honestly, like, you would see no flaw. There's nothing you could pick out in his swing from now to 5 years ago. That's how consistent he's been, and it's just been an absolute joy and pleasure to watch this guy, and it will be for the remaining of his career.
We should just start messing with people and showing breakdowns of his swing and just picking random years because, like you said, it just doesn't even matter. It's always the same, consistent. That's what makes him so great. And he's tough on himself, though, Jim, too. He might say, I mean, he said in spring training, you know, I haven't felt completely on in a year.
Yeah.
He's criticizing his defense and saying he needs to get better, but that's the talk of a superstar.
Well, the great players are always trying to get better, and in their mind, if they've lacked in their mind, not in baseball's mind, but in their mind, they know. They look in the mirror every day, and I'm sure Mike wanted to go home and work on some things, and you're seeing this year he looks motivated. He just had a child a year ago, so I'm sure there's peace every day coming home, and I look forward to watching him, you know, have a wonderful, fabulous year, because he's going to.
Humble human, no ego, walks around not like he's the best player on the planet. And I mention that because Mike Trout's going to be mic'd up for this game. Yeah, how about that?
That's great.
So you want to hear what Mike Trout says during a big league game? You're going to hear that live tonight on YouTube when we have it for you. And the game is about 20 minutes away. So we'll also mix in our polls. We're big on YouTube on asking you. Let's keep it simple to start. Who's going to win today's game? Jim, I'll ask you later, but Angels at third place, and hey, it's so early, 9-7. The Astros at 7-10 on the year. Pay attention to the pitching matchup. Alex Cobb, who had to start skipped just because of the way the schedule worked out, going up against Cristian Javier, who gets called back up. Very talented and was part of the Rookie of the Year race last year in the American League. So we'll get to all of that. I'm psyched to hear Trout's words during the game, and then, of course, his actions. So right on back with us on YouTube. We'll talk to super creator on YouTube, Matt Antonelli. Jared Walsh of the Angels will join us, and our picks to click. Jim's going to tell you who's winning this one. Coming up.
That deserves a wow. That's over to 390 sign in left center.
Oh, and first pitch crushing. Oh, man. Lean into it.
Here's a guy that throws the ball 101 on one half of the inning, and the next one hits the first pitch 450 feet.
Man, I mean, that ball was crushed. Wow. That was ridiculous.
And Trout gets a hold of one into the corner in left, and he got it! Homers in 10 straight. Two-run shot for Trout.
Matty, I'm going with you to Vegas at some point. Great call on that one. Just kind of thinking, okay, let's get that home run streak going.
I mean, everything going the Halos' way tonight.
Lineup.
Yordan Alvarez is back in the lineup. Carlos Correa is going to lead things off. The MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Astros and Angels coming soon. Hey, if you don't know him already, get to know the name. You're going to see him tonight. Jared Walsh is hitting .327 this season with 4 home runs. He's knocked in 13. The OPS, that's really good. If you're not following OPS, over 1,000, Jim, that's good, right?
That's pretty good, yes.
That's going to play in the major leagues. Let's talk to Jared Walsh live right now on YouTube. He joins us. Jared, how are you today, and how's the season going for you so far?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on. Season's been going really well and hope to keep it rolling.
So, Jared, Jim Thome here. First of all, congratulations. What a great start. Well, what a great run you've had since last year. You know, I want to dive into a little bit on the hitting end. Are you, with your cage work, are you more of a soft toss guy or are you a tee guy? And how has that helped you maintain what you've been doing since last year?
I'll dabble in tee a little bit, but more so soft toss, and then high velo is really my bread and butter. You know, you see teams like the Astros kind of started it, and the Dodgers, the high fastballs at the top of the zone. If you can't hit that, you're going to struggle. So just trying to test myself every day in my work is really something that's important to me.
Can you tell us more about the swing changes and just tweaks that you've made over the past year or so, simplifying things and also maybe picking a thing up or two from some of your legendary teammates?
Yeah, you know, getting to watch these guys on a daily basis is just unbelievable. You know, seeing Trout, Rendon, Pujols, those guys approach on a daily basis has been huge for me. So, you know, having that ability to lay off a tough 3-2 pitch and take your walk is something that I want to continue to work towards. And yeah, it's been great. I just felt like if I could get on top of the ball and hit a few more line drives, that would really help me at the big league level, and that's what's happened. So something that I'm really happy with.
So, Jared, have you noticed since last year, especially this year, are the pitchers doing anything different with you as far as you making adjustments to a year ago from now?
Yeah, I would say a lot less first pitch fastballs right down the middle, unfortunately. So hopefully they get back into that soon.
Yeah. Also, Jared, I mean, we go back to when you were drafted, and I remember when you said this, 39th round, 2015, out of Georgia, and you called yourself almost Mr. Irrelevant. I mean, what was that experience like for you? I mean, hey, we're going late in the draft, and how much do you take that with you even into games like today? Because, you know, you were overlooked by a lot of teams, frankly.
Yeah, it sticks with me a little bit, but there's really nothing to be bitter about. You know, I'm here in the big leagues. I get to play with a bunch of future Hall of Famers and, you know, get to play in a great division, live in Southern California. So no reason to cry over spilled milk.
So, Jared, we read that you're a Steelers fan. Describe who made you a Steelers fan and who is your all-time favorite Steeler.
Oh, goodness. That's a tough question. I'd probably have to say Hines Ward, and huge Steeler fan. When I was a kid, we had season tickets. We lived in Georgia, but would fly to Pittsburgh for Steeler games. So my parents, you know, huge Pittsburgh sports fans. So what an experience that was growing up.
What's that like in the clubhouse, too? Because I know your friend and superstar teammate Mike Trout thinks that the Philadelphia Eagles are a pretty big deal. I know he talks about them a lot. So what's it like inside the clubhouse with guys rooting for some of their squads?
You know, once September rolls around and the football's coming on every Sunday, the clubhouse gets pretty rowdy because everybody's got their team and their fantasy team. So, you know, it's a lot of fun. A lot of smack talk goes on about all sports. So it's something that kind of, you know, keeps a tough season easy to go through. A lot of failure in this game. So anytime you can have fun with your teammates and have a little banter back and forth, it's good.
Can you give me an example of whether it's today when you walk into the clubhouse or just something in the past week, that an exchange that you have with, you know, name it, Mike Trout, Anthony Rendon, Shohei Ohtani, Justin Upton, something casual, something that, you know, someone watching at home at YouTube can just say, all right, these are normal dudes, because we look at them as such superstars in their own way. Shohei Ohtani, of course, overseas for a long time, and now coming to a Major League Baseball over the past few years as a two-way player like we've never seen, and then also, you know, Pujols and what he's done. So just give me like a common phrase that someone might say to you.
Common phrase. I don't know if I have that. I was able to grab a steak and a glass of wine with Shohei, which I would assume, you know, that's everybody's dream, especially those growing up in Japan. So, you know, getting to meet people from all over the world just to play baseball has been really special. You know, doesn't matter if you speak Spanish, Japanese, English, we're all friends inside the clubhouse. Well,
and you have something in common with Ohtani. You can throw the baseball from the mound pretty well too, Jared. So have you guys discussed that? And can you tell the YouTube fans about your experiences on the mound and if we'll see that again at some point?
Yes, I was a brief two-way player, but pitching hurts, so I don't do it anymore. And he and I don't really talk about pitching, mostly hitting.
How much, though, could that have helped you as a hitter? Do you ever think about, you know, the mind of a pitcher when you have been on the mound in big moments and what guys are trying to throw at you? And like you mentioned earlier, hey, he's not getting Heater's first pitch right down the pipe anymore. They know about you, Jared. But how can your pitcher brain, from your experiences, help you as a hitter?
Just remember that everyone's human. You know, you're never going to be perfect. So I wouldn't say put too much pressure on yourself because, I mean, I'm sure Tommy can speak to this. Sometimes you'll get a pitch right down the middle and you just pop it up, you know. So don't give anybody too much credit. Just play your game, have a little fun.
So, Jared, for me, I got one more question. Who had the biggest influence on you from either the youth level, high school level as you were coming up, or maybe it was your dad? Who had the biggest influence on you for baseball?
My mom, Lisa Walsh. When I was a kid, my dad had cancer, so he had to get a surgery and wasn't able to throw anymore. So my mom threw me batting practice. My parents drove me all over the Southeast to travel baseball games, you know, help pay for my college. Just can't say enough about them.
That is awesome.
That's great.
That is really cool, Jared. And last one on my end for the big-time pregame meal. And if you're that kind of guy, what are you doing before games? Are you going real heavy, or are you keeping it light? What are you eating before a game like today?
You know, I've done a terrible job at answering almost any question that you've asked me so far. I would say the venti cold brew from Starbucks is kind of what I need pregame, rolling up to the field. So food, not necessarily, but I need a little caffeine running through my veins.
You're way too hard on yourself. You did great. You were awesome, Jared.
Great.
First time talking to you, and I'm sure it won't be the last. And congrats on your success so far, and good luck in this game tonight and then the rest of the way this season. It was a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you, guys. Stay safe.
He is cleaning up in the lineup tonight and well caffeinated. The MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Chime, is under 15 minutes away. It is time for our YouTube Creator Spotlight. He's a former big leaguer. He's a former first-round pick, and he's been on the YouTube game for a long time. The channel is Antonelli Baseball. Matt Antonelli not only played in the bigs, not only went through the college ranks and the farm system, but then afterwards said, you know what, I'm gonna go over instructional videos, mechanics, also give you a little taste of what it's like to be a big leaguer. And let's chat with Matt right now. Matt, how are you? And I will start by saying I drafted you in my minor league fantasy draft about 15 years ago. So I've been following your career all the way back pretty much when it started as far as a pro.
Well, thank you so much. It's great to be here. And like I said earlier, I could have disappointed you. There was a few good years in there, but a couple of bad ones as well. So sorry about that.
Hey, I'll take the ups and downs, the development, and you learned, of course, a ton going through that system and then have been sharing with the world what you went through as a minor leaguer, what you've learned. So let's just start there with the channel. Where did the idea come from, and did you ever think it would get to this point where there are so many people benefiting from what you're doing?
No, not at all. I started my YouTube channel actually while I was playing. I always had a vision of myself coaching one day, and it started a little bit earlier than I probably expected, but I was able to learn a lot during my playing career. Played for 5 different teams and played for a lot of great coaches, a lot of great managers, and just took bits and pieces from all of them and was able to pass that along. One of my passions is really, passing that information along to young kids and helping them improve their game. So I've been lucky to do that over the last few years.
Let's go over feedback and views. Just pick out one of your hottest videos that you've ever had. Which one really racked up the views, and is there a reason why?
Well, I think the YouTube channel really took off when I started to give some insight into my playing career, both at the minor league and the major league level. And I think probably even more minor league stuff than the major league stuff. I think a lot of fans and people in general don't exactly know how the minor leagues work. So a lot of those popular ones were, how much do minor leaguers get paid and what's it like coming up through the ranks. And so those are probably the most popular ones, but really anything talking about the game of baseball has been enjoyable for me, and I think it's been pretty popular.
Yeah, let's go over the getting paid thing. Just specifically, we joke and chat about it here at MLB Network, some other hosts, about how it looks in the bank account. I don't need numbers or anything. I want to more know, when you were playing for the Padres, does it pop up in direct deposit or on the check? Like, hey, Padres, or what's that looking like?
Well, when I signed, I didn't know how to write a check. I didn't have any money. I didn't know anything. So I believe it was put right into my account. But some of my favorite stories when I got drafted, and luckily I was signed pretty high, so I had a pretty good signing bonus, but a lot of players aren't that fortunate. And I used to talk with people all the time, and they say, how much are you getting paid in the minor leagues? $2 million? And I'd say, I think I made about $5,000 last year. And most couldn't believe me. So like I said, a lot of misconceptions, but hey, once you get to the big leagues, it makes up for all those small checks that you get paid in the minors.
Yeah, the big bucks, the big names too. So tell the world, if they don't know already, who your first career knock was off of.
So my first career hit was off of Greg Maddux. So I can tell the grandkids and my kids about that. And it's funny, I was pretty nervous going into that game, as I'm sure most players are making their debut. I was hitting 8th in the order, so I didn't get to hit the first inning. I played defense, had a ground ball hit to me. First batter of the game, Russell Martin hit me a ball. And I fielded that ball, made the throw to first, and all of a sudden I felt like this calmness come over me. So thankfully I did that before I got in the box, because when I did hit, it honestly felt like just another at-bat for me. I got a fastball, hit a single to center field, rounded first base, and said, man, that's pretty easy. I think I'm going to get like 3,000 more of these. And I think I had like 11 or 12 more hits in my career, so I was a little off on my prediction. But yeah, to be able to get a hit off of him, a Hall of Famer, something I'll always remember.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that's great video. And of course, I'm glad that we have it. Let's finish with this. Any comments or feedback, whether it's just something crazy or silly or something from a fan or somebody that's been impacted saying, hey, you really helped me with my career? Any kind of feedback that you've received on YouTube that you can share with us?
Sure. I think one of the most rewarding things for me is the feedback. And it's not just, helping kids in America, but helping really players all over the world. And the power of the internet and YouTube is amazing. I talk with parents, with coaches, with kids from literally every part of the world. Pretty much every day I receive emails and different comments on our social media platforms. And so just being able to take a little bit of something that I learned, and I understand how hard this game is and how it can be frustrating at times because it is a game of failure, being able to give those players some hope and maybe just something small that helps them improve a little bit and get through the next game or the next practice. And so that really is what gets me motivated and keeps me doing what I'm doing.
Matt, you've been crushing it, and I've been calling these games for YouTube for years now and seeing you in the live chat with your commentary. Looking forward to seeing you during this game as well. And a pleasure speaking to you person to person for the first time.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
He's great. You'll see his comments in the live chat. Hey, you're going to have superstars, power, athleticism. I also want to mention contact. Jose Iglesias, David Fletcher is incredible in that department. Same with Michael Brantley, contact specialist, some of the best contact hitters, and they've got pop too, in all of Major League Baseball, in all of the planet. Angels Astros is just 5 minutes away, and we'll do our picks to click in a moment.
This ball hit hard again. Michael Brantley, home run for the third straight opening day. Every year as an Astro, Michael Brantley has hit a home run.
Uncle Mike.
What other teams are saying Uncle on opening day.
They're saying Mike, Uncle.
Alex Bregman on a 2-2 pitch. Drives one deep to left field. That ball's gone. Back-to-back jacks. Brantley and Bregman. And the Astros now lead 5-1.
Back-to-back bangers.
Jordan sends one in the air to center field. Well hit, going all the way back to the wall. That ball is gone. The big man, Jordan Alvarez, hits one to left center field, a 3-run shot, and the Astros take a 5-1 lead.
There we go. We got liftoff. That is not an easy pitch to get, and that's out on the outside corner, and Jordan stays on it, steps on it, and drives it.
You're watching the MLB Game of the Week pregame show presented by Chime. Carlos Correa is leading off. First time in his career. That's going to be fun, Jim.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, you know, obviously the athleticism is there. He can run. And sometimes moving a guy up the leadoff or even as your club can spark you and get you going.
I like it. We'll see how that looks. And now I got a bunch more questions for you. It's Picks to Click presented by FanDuel Sportsbook. So let's run through things. And also, just for the YouTube crowd to understand, you're going to have plenty of poll questions coming your way during this game. So, Jim, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. So what's number one here? Let's start with, other than Mike Trout, okay, so you can't pick the guy we're about to see, who would be your pick for AL MVP?
I'm going to go Jose Abreu, winning it back-to-back. I love when you look at the whole dynamic of his game, the team he's on, they have a chance to win, and his work ethic. I like 60 RBIs in 60 games was impressive.
Yeah.
And, you know, what a great player, and it's fun to watch him. I'm going Jose Abreu.
That's a great call. So you think he can do it back-to-back?
I do.
I like it. Okay, now I want you to focus on this game in particular, okay? So the over-under for tonight's game, total runs, is 8.5. Are you going up or down?
I'm going to go under.
Yeah?
I'm going to go down, yeah. For some reason, the pitching matchup, Cobb and
Javier?
Cristian
You like
Javier.
those two?
Yeah, I do. You know, Cristian Javier's got the really good slider curveball. And then this thing Cobb throws as the thing.
That's the thing.
Hybrid split changeup.
Uh-huh.
You know, watching him the first series, I think, against the White Sox, he had that ball was really moving. And I think it's going to be under for sure.
I mean, and it plays to what we've been seeing the last few years, especially just less fastballs and more relying on, and we've seen that from Cobb, more relying on the thing, and we'll see that at play. Okay, what about your favorite in the American League West? Because this division looks like pretty much anyone's game at this point.
Not because of the way they're playing right now, but Oakland is a team you always have to watch. They do everything fundamentally sound. They pitch well. They hit good with 2 strikes. As they progress during the year, they're always a club to watch. And for some reason, I think they're going to win the West, no doubt.
Did you fall for the slow start from the A's? Because it was rough. I mean, what, they were 1-7 to start the season?
Yeah, well, you know, and I don't look, you can't win a championship in April, but you can sure put yourself behind. But it's how you bounce back from those bad times. And I think the years that Oakland has done this, there's confidence. And Melvin, I think, does a fabulous job for them, and he always has them ready to play.
One more quick one for you. Who's going to win the American League?
I like the White Sox. I like their bullpen. I like their starting pitching. I think there's another club that as they keep doing this, as they climb during this long grind of 162, I think that bullpen and that starting pitching will put them in a position to win the American League.
Yeah, young, but still has that veteran mix. And you mentioned Abreu. You're all in on the White Sox.
I love the White Sox, and I just think they're built right now for major success.
All right, and so we have the answer to the poll question that we ran through for you earlier, and Angels fans going big tonight. Jim, who's going to win today's game? And they say Alex Cobb and Mike Trout and Albert Pujols and Shohei Ohtani and company, and Jared Walsh, our guest from earlier. So, who's your pick for this?
I'm gonna go the Angels.
Yeah?
I think when Trout's hot right now, Ohtani as well, and this pitch that Cobb, I look forward to seeing this tonight. He's very crafty and he knows how to pitch. It should be an all-around great game.
So you heard it here from Jim. Low-scoring game-ish, and Angels are taking it. By the way, as we're under a minute from taking you to the broadcasters for this one, live on YouTube, Angels and Astros. I'll put this in like a super plug early tease. Jim and I will be calling next week's game.
Yes.
Indians and Twins, live on YouTube. LaTroy Hawkins is going to join us as well. Really,
we'll
two of the nicest humans on the planet. I'm going to speak for you. Okay?
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
we're going to
you.
have a lot of fun, and LaTroy is such a great dude, too.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. So we'll hang again next week.
But
for now, it's all about the Houston Astros and the Los Angeles Angels. And as you can see, Alex Bregman's in there tonight for Houston. Astros are trying to get back on the winning side of things. It's been a minute. Slow start for this team. Mike Trout, what are you saying right now? Well, guess what? We're going to know what he's saying during the game. He will be mic'd up. You'll hear plenty of sounds from the greatest player on the planet. Have fun. Enjoy the game.
Downtown Houston, where the only positive thing to come out of the pandemic is no traffic in a big, sprawling downtown community. Ready for baseball from the Space City tonight. Welcome to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Chime. Tonight, from Minute Maid Park, a battle in the AL West between the Los Angeles Angels and the homestanding Houston Astros. And welcome to a worldwide audience on YouTube tonight. About a game and a half separating the Astros and Angels in the AL West. Too early to make any determinations about teams trending upward or downward in a very competitive division. We can tell you this. The Astros are happy to be home after a rough road trip in which they lost 4 out of 5, culminating in a frozen loss yesterday, playing in the coldest temperatures ever for an Astros team in Denver. And the Angels, on the other hand, happy to be out on the road. They're happy to be anywhere, off to a great start. The Angels opening a 10-game road trip with their first of this 4-game series in Houston. Little note on what you're watching tonight. This is the second of 21 live Major League Baseball games exclusively presented on YouTube. Can't watch this one anywhere else. It streams live globally on MLB's YouTube channel for free. Almost 3 million fans subscribe to MLB's YouTube channel. And click the bell icon. Receive notifications prior to upcoming games. This is going to be a lot of fun for me tonight because I'm working alongside two guys who know these teams intimately, two guys who've each won a World Series ring, two guys who both played in the big leagues for 15 years. I'm the only guy, by the way, on this telecast without a World Series ring or a pocket kerchief tonight. We say hello to Mark Gubicza and Jeff Blum. Hey, Gooby, let's start with you and dig in on the Angels. It's powered by a couple of guys, their drive that is, who are off to blazing starts, Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout. And for Mike Trout, we know about the accomplishments, right? A closet full of trophies and awards. The only thing missing is a commissioner's trophy in here. AL Rookie of the Year, twice an All-Star Game MVP, a room full of Silver Slugger awards, and three MVPs. He's gotten off to good starts in the past, Gooby, as you've watched over the years. This year is one of his best.
Yeah, Matt, it's been unbelievable for him. His batting average just under 400, his on-base percentage at .507, the slugging percentage leading Major League Baseball, and he's shown a lot of enthusiasm. He's got a couple big key hits, as he normally does for the Angels, but he's pumping his fist. He's totally into getting this team on his back, getting to the postseason. All those questions in spring were, are you going to get to the postseason? He's saying right now, I'm going to deliver the numbers, and he has so far for the Halos this season.
Take a look at this. I mean, to those that suggest Mike Trout hasn't played long enough to be a Hall of Famer right now, we offer this to contend with that thought. Through 1,268 games, that's where Trout is right now. Look at the career comparison. This grabs your attention.
Yeah, Ken Griffey Jr. is a contemporary. I remember facing him a number of times and seeing the enthusiasm, the defense in center field, but the numbers and how he can carry a club. Mickey Mantle, Willie Mays, Ken Griffey Jr. compared to Mike Trout. He knows that's a lot of pressure, but he's thriving on that pressure being put on him.
Jeff, let's talk about the Astros. Pardon the Old West pun, but last year as defending AL champs, it was the not okay corral in the Space City. The regular season was not a good one. Justin Verlander, arm injury, and made one start. Injuries cost Yordan Alvarez what would have been his follow-up to his Rookie of the Year campaign the prior season. Carlos Correa, not himself last year in the regular season. Same with Jose Altuve. Yet despite all that, they turned it on in the fall and came within one game of another World Series appearance. Jeff, you watch this team every day. There's just too much talent here for them to stay cold for very much longer.
Yeah, and Carlos Correa's lead the way for me because he is one of those guys that is going to be a part of that massive free agent shortstop class at the end of this season. Expect him to have a big year, but Yordan Alvarez, getting him back in that lineup full time is going to be a nice power source for Dusty Baker to insert in there and hopefully drive in runs. You see these 60 extra base hits in his first 100 career games is legendary already, but this guy right here, Dr. Smooth, we call him Uncle Mike in Houston, just because he has been so reliable in what he does both statistically and what he brings to that clubhouse. He is really a guy that can give them some comfort during some tumultuous times.
This vintage of Astros baseball is really an elite team. They are one of only 5 clubs to reach an LCS in 4 or more consecutive postseasons, and looking for big things once again today. We're going to have a lot of fun tonight for this one. Not only are we with you for innings 1 through 9 and then post-game show, we have a 4th member of our broadcast crew tonight as well as we say good evening to Brett Dolan.
Thanks, Matty. Well, Astros general manager James Click, before the season, said he needed his superstars to play like superstars for this to be a successful season. Well, to say the least, in the first week, things worked out well. Houston won 6 of its first 7 games. The team was scoring more than 7 runs a contest. The earned run average was very low, but things have changed, and changed in a rather dramatic fashion. The Astros have lost 9 of 10 games. You barely recognize their OPS, and the team ERA has gone way up. Now, of course, this does come with an explanation. The Astros had 5 players put into COVID protocols: Yordan Alvarez, Martin Maldonado, Alex Bregman, and Jose Altuve. They got 4 back just in time to play in freezing cold temperatures and snow flurries in Denver, Colorado, but still no Altuve yet. So Dusty Baker was asked yesterday whether or not he has addressed this slow start with his team, or if he's held a team meeting. He said, "I need all my team to meet to hold a meeting," meaning Altuve, who could be several more games. So the team is back. They're out of the snow. It's the first of 8 games at home, and hopeful that Dusty can get his team back the way they were playing in that first week of the season. Matty?
Brett, thanks. And the warm weather of Houston, Texas never looked so good to a chilly group of Astros yesterday in Denver. When we come back, it's time for lineups and the opening pitch. The Angels and Astros are coming up next.
Bottom of the 7th inning, the Angels trailing it 5-0.
They put the rally monkey up on the scoreboard, and this place went berserk.
They've had so many rallies this year. Do they have another one left in them?
Swinging a high drive, deep to right, to the wall, it's gone! A home run! It's Spezio has made it a 2-run game. The Angels are breathing and right back into it. There's a swing, a long drive, deep to right. It is gone! Darren Erskine with a home run. It is a 1-run game.
The never say die Angels giving their fans a thrill down the stretch. And it belted left field in the gap. Here comes Biggins. Here comes Anderson. The Angels take the lead, 6-5.
We are 1 strike away from a game 7.
The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Oh, what a ball game.
And the Anaheim Angels are still breathing. We are going to game 7 incredibly.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Chime with Mark Gubicza at Angel Stadium. Jeff Blum and Brett Dolan at Minute Maid Park. I'm Matt Vasgersian. Great to have a worldwide audience along with us tonight. Welcome to the future, gentlemen. Live baseball on YouTube. You can only watch the Angels and Astros right here tonight. Let's take a look at Joe Madden's Angels lineup to kick off this 4-game series, presented by Chime. Fletcher, Ohtani, and Trout out of the gate. Mike Trout opened his season with a homer against the Astros, and he hasn't stopped. Walsh, Upton, and Pujols bat 4 through 6. Iglesias, Rojas, and Suzuki rounded out. The Angels, Mark Gubicza, I'll start this with you. Lead the American League in homers, along with a red-hot Oakland A's team, and it's Trout that leads the way in that category.
just absolutely crushing the baseball. 393 with 6 home runs and 12 RBIs, going against a very tough pitcher in Cristian Javier. He's got a fastball, 92, 96, four-seam fastball upstairs. Slider, very good slider, curveball, and changeup. So far this season, just a 2.08 ERA in 8 2/3. Look at those strikeout numbers. 5-1 as far as strikeouts to walks.
Yeah, Blummer, Javier was down at the alternate site. This is his first big league start in a couple of weeks, but that was all by design, we understand.
Yeah, it definitely was. The Astros had the luxury of having some days off in there, so they've been able to send Cristian Javier out, continue to throw down in that alternate site. They expect him to give the Astros about 5 or 6 innings if everything goes accordingly. And like Mark Gubicza said, that four-seam fastball is very good. The Astros like spin rate, and this is one of their spin rate kings.
Let's take a look at the Astros defensively, brought to you by Chime and Nash. American League low, 7 errors in their 17 games. Nice tight defensive unit here, Blummer. Is it range and athleticism and flashy plays, or are they kind of more a workman-like defensive group?
They've got a little bit of both. They can do it with the flash, especially a guy like Carlos Correa, who's a legit 6'4", 6'5" at shortstop, shows great range. But you got to keep in mind, the Astros highly analytical. They'll shift these guys and put them in even better positions to make plays.
Underway on YouTube tonight with the first pitch of the game by Javier in for strike one. David Fletcher, Shohei Ohtani, and Mike Trout for the visiting Angels. The numbers on Javier's last start, by the way, and it was 2 weeks ago to the day. 5 shutout innings in a 6-2 victory, struck out 7, allowed only 3 base hits. And Gooby, guys like this fascinate people like me because he's not throwing 98, 99 miles an hour, yet he can still make good fastball hitters swing and miss.
Yeah, it's that disappearing four-seamer with spin on the upper third of the strike zone.
Ball and 2 strikes to David Fletcher.
Good take by Fletcher on that slider, huh?
Blummer, I've got to recalibrate to your sense of humor, man. I have not spent substantial time with you in the better part of about 12 years. The strikeout for Javier. How about the Chime breakdown on tonight's Astros starter, Gooby?
My 3 key points for him is controlling that upper third of the strike zone with his four-seamer. Very good as far as getting swing and miss and pop-ups, and finish with a slider. 6 strikeouts, a 100 batting average versus slider this year, and better second time through. 0-0-0 first time through, second time through, 462 batting average against Javier this season. Second time the hitters get to see him.
Shohei Ohtani now with 1 away to start the night. Ohtani has had a cartoonish start to the 2021 season. All over the StatCast leaderboard in terms of exit velocity with a bat in his hands and plain old pitch velocity when he's out on the mound. 1-1.
Boy, he could generate some bat speed. I'll tell you what, it's incredible what he does when he puts the ball in play.
You can see the Astros right-handed right side overload, as Blum talked about a moment ago. Jeff, do they switch primarily for right-handed batters? Sorry, for left-handed batters, or is it on both sides of the plate that they'll go into that shift?
Yeah, you know what? When they have Altuve in the lineup, they won't shift as heavily to the pull side on right-handed hitters just because it's a little bit longer throw for a guy like Jose Altuve. But when they have a left-handed hitter up there, they will shift drastically to that pull side on the right side of the field like you see on your screen.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Ohtani.
Can I just say how envious I am of Mark Gubicza and his ability to watch guys like Mike Trout, Shohei Ohtani on a regular basis. It's nice to see him 19 times a year, but I can't imagine what it's like watching athletes of this caliber in baseball right now as often as Gooby does.
2 strikeouts start the game for Cristian Javier.
You know what, guys, it's almost like watching Bo Jackson together with Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout, their skills. Pretty nasty changeup.
So 2 gone, a couple of punch-outs start tonight, and now Mike Trout, who gets here red hot. 5 for his last 8. Huge numbers to start the year. 6 big boys, 12 RBIs. Javier understandably trying to work him away, missing with a slider, a ball, and no strikes. Trout's homered in back-to-back games entering the series. If he can homer tonight, it would already be the 2nd time this year that he would have homered in 3 straight. When these two teams split their opening series in Anaheim, Trout homered in the opener in the Angels 7-6 win. Astros come back and even it up the following night with a victory that included a big homer by Carlos Correa. Javier's fallen behind 3 balls and no strikes.
Trout doesn't swing at 3-0 all that often, but he has been more aggressive 3-0 this year.
3-1. Well, you know, to Blummer's point a moment ago, the cartoony numbers for Trout, when he's ahead in the count since the start of the 2019 season, he's got an OPS of 1,700. And there's ball 4. So Trout's aboard with 2 gone, and that'll bring up Jared Walsh with the big opportunity. He too starts the series hot. He's hit safely in 5 straight games. A 5 for 15 run to wrap up the homestand. And of all the known commodities on the Angels, guys like Trout, Upton, Pujols, Jared Walsh is the guy that might sneak up on the casual fan. But that's not to suggest that he's not every bit as good as that aforementioned list of blue blooders. And he takes a strike.
I'm actually kind of curious to see this matchup between Cristian Javier, who has that good fastball in the upper portion of the zone. Jared Walsh has the reputation of being very good on hitting the fastball and driving it.
Ball and a strike.
Yeah, he's hit the 4-seam fastball at a 400 clip this year. So, and Javier throws a lot of 4-seam fastballs upstairs about 60% of the time. Both throw his 4-seamer. So good matchup. You were right, Blummer, about this one. Walsh versus Javier tonight.
Trout aboard with 2 gone, underway in the top half of the first, and it's a ball and a strike to Jared Walsh. A snap throw down to first, and Trout never got too far off the bag. Hey, here's what you guys are talking about. Walsh against the elevated heater. His slugging percentage since 2020, 619. But if you go up top, that 696 slugging percentage is 7th best in baseball, and the guys ahead of him are the guys you'd expect to be on that list. Nelson Cruz, Matt Chapman, Xander Bogaerts likes the high gas. And he lays off 3 balls and a strike.
But the interesting thing about that, you're talking about right-handed batters. Not many left-handed batters prefer fastballs elevated. They usually lower third of the strike zone to do their damage.
Three balls and a strike to count to Jared Walsh. Full count now.
Challenged him.
Yeah, that's that stealth heater, right? I mean, it's the kind of fastball that you watch a guy take a swing and a miss at, and on his way back to the bench, he's looking out to the mound thinking, how did I not hit that?
Yeah, I'm sure Gooby could speak to it a little bit better, but the spin rate, even on the fastball, it will plane out. It won't have the usual effect that gravity will, pulling the ball down in the zone, and he gets a lot of swings underneath.
Just like that. 3 strikeouts, nothing comes of the 2-out walk underway in Houston tonight.
Mike Trout batting, 2 outs, no one on, no score, and he swings at the pitch and lifts a high fly ball that's carrying deep out into right field. It is Javier!
Home run number 6 for Mike Trout.
Damaged first pitch, power for Trout.
Ohtani hitting .304.
Shohei Ohtani hits a high fly ball to right field. To the wall. Goodbye.
A little showtime in the daytime.
Garcia has home run power, can do damage.
Here it comes. That ball well struck. High in the air. Deep center field. Gone! Garcia again! And Adolis has put the Rangers in front in the 8th inning.
He doesn't mess around with the excitement and the celebration, and this is tremendous power.
So here's Lowe at the plate.
That ball pretty well struck. Out to right field. That one is gone. Back-to-back home runs. Big insurance run, and it makes it 5-3 Rangers.
Back from Minute Maid Park, let's take a look at Dusty Baker's lineup card for the first of 4 with the Angels. The Astros chime starting lineup tonight. Carlos Correa will sit atop the lineup card for the first time in his career. Dusty desperate to generate a little offense tonight. Brantley's been good. He bats second in left field. Bregman, Alvarez, and Gurriel 3 through 5. Kyle Tucker in right. Aledmus Diaz, Miles Straw, and Martin Maldonado, the former Angel, round things out. It's Alex Cobb on the mound for the 3rd time as an Angel. His attempt at a 3rd start about a week ago was a scratch because of a series lost against the Minnesota Twins. So it's been a while for Alex as well. His last start back on the 12th of April, a really good one that night. Mark Gubicza, 10 strikeouts at Kansas City.
Had a nasty split work in that night. And his fastball velocity is picked up. He's been touching 95 miles per hour. Also a good swing and miss curveball as well.
A ball and a strike to the leadoff hitter, Carlos Correa. Yeah, leading off tonight. Blummer, we talked to Dusty Baker about that before the game. And Dusty, while always optimistic, is kind of ready to shake things up a little bit tonight for his guys.
Yeah, he's got to do something. The Astros 1-9 in their last 10 games. Having base runners on has been an issue, but they need somebody to ignite this thing. Jose Altuve, when he was in there, was hitting .318 at the top of that lineup, and having Miles Straw move into that top spot didn't work out. And Straw seemed like the logical go-to as far as filling that space at the top of the order because of the speed. It was just the inability to get on base and get things going for this powerful offense in the middle of this lineup.
An Astros lineup that hit just 176 during the recently completed 5-game trip. Dusty's creeping up on a milestone win. We'll talk about that as we get going here tonight. Still a ball and 2 strikes on Carlos Correa. Weird statistical profile for the Astros, Blummer. They don't strike out. They're around middle of the pack in a lot of the major offensive categories: slug, OPS, homers. But there's not any traction at all with this lineup at this stage of the schedule.
It is a team that relies heavily on scoring runs via the home run, and usually with that high on base percentage, you start to see those 2-run, 3-run home runs where they can really ambush a pitcher and put up some big squiggly numbers per inning and give their pitchers a little bit of a cushion. But here recently in this last 10-game stretch, it has been hitting with runners in scoring position, where they're hitting around 163 in their last 10 games. So the inability to drive in runs has been a real issue.
Full count to Correa. Here's the payoff pitch home. And Carlos squares up on a ball and sends it into center. Dies for Trout. And the first out is in the books for Alex Cobb. Gooby, let's break him down tonight.
Yeah, my thing, got to be careful on the first pitch. 375 batting average against him this year, 368 in his career. And swing and misses with a split. 13 strikeouts with a splitter this year. And ground ball action for Alex Cobb. 58.6% ground balls this year for Alex Cobb.
We go to work on Michael Brantley now, who along with Yuri Gurriel has been the only kind of consistently reliable bat for Dusty Baker to start the year. And Brantley takes a strike. Michael just over 300 for the season, right around where his career average sits, not ironically. He's never really had good looks at Alex Cobb over the years, just 1 for 10. They'll make it 1 for 11 as Iglesias makes the play for the second out. Let's take a look at the arsenal for him, Gooby, via StatCast 3D.
Yeah, his power sinking fastball will get a lot of ground balls, but man, he throws a lot of splitters. 45.4%. And his knuckle curve, you look where every one of those pitches are at for the most part, lower third. If you're a hitter for the Astros, that's where you're tracking, lower third of the strike zone.
.33-year-old right-hander going back to work on Alex Bregman now, who takes the first pitch out to right field and drops it in for a base hit. What was that you were saying about batting average on the first pitch earlier?
That's their best chance of getting a fastball over the middle of the plate and just try to put it in play. Little inside-out approach for Alex Bregman on a fastball inner half. Gets up a base hit. Stolen base threat as well.
Hey, Blumber, is that a coincidence? I mean, is Alex Bregman the kind of guy that would have known that information coming into the start?
Yes. 100%. The Astros do a very good job of getting that information to these guys, and they do adhere to it. Troy Snitker and Alex Cintron, the two hitting coaches for the Houston Astros, are very good about getting that information to those guys.
So Bregman's aboard, and here's Yordan Alvarez. '19 AL Rookie of the Year. 2 homers for him to start this season. And back in the starting lineup for the first time since April 13th tonight. Alvarez, one of the Astros, Bulmer, that you mentioned, sidelined while going through the health and safety protocols, limited to pinch hitting duty in Denver. And good to have him back out there tonight.
Yeah, he really burst onto the scene in 2019 with some prodigious power. But it was pretty amazing to watch him hit above 300 also that season. So he did a great job of strike zone recognition, getting some pitches to drive, and when he barrels them up, they have a tendency to go a very long way. It's going to be interesting to see the timing for some of these hitters like Bregman, Alvarez, Maldonado, who came off that injured list.
Thing swung on and missed. That's what Alex Cobb calls his split change hybrid pitch. Well, how about the company he's keeping on this list? First 100 career games, most extra base hits. Only Joe DiMaggio had more. Quick throw to first is closer than it should have been. A ball and 2 strikes on Yordan Alvarez.
I know the Astros don't run a lot like they used to, but the Rangers just in town against the Angels, that was an effort by the Angels to give Kurt Suzuki a better chance of throwing out runners by holding the ball and quicker to first base on their moves.
And neither one of these teams run a lot. I mean, nobody runs a lot, let's face it, but 4 total bases, 4 stolen bases, that is, for the Astros. The Angels with 5, 2 of the smaller totals in all the game. I mean, outside of a few individual players, Ramon Laureano, Tim Anderson, we could name, I guess, a couple. The league doesn't run anymore. Thing coming up here, split change. No. Or was it, and one that just caught too much of the plate? first and third with 2 gone. What was that, Gooby?
That was a fastball. He tried to sneak one down. When you look at the numbers this year for Alvarez versus sinker, 083. He went with a fast. No, it ended up being a splitter that kind of got around it. Sometimes it'll cut like a slider. Got too much to the plate. That's why I thought it was a fastball. It was flat. Right back up the middle. Good swing by Yordan Alvarez. Not trying to pull that.
No, Gooby, you're right. That split flattened out a little bit, and Yordan, you could see him leaking over the outside corner, had to pull his hands in to get that. But I'm even more impressed with the fact that Alex Bregman went 180 feet from first to third. That shows me his legs are looking pretty good.
So a little 2-out micro rally developing here for Houston. Now it's Yuli Gurriel. Off to the best start of any Astros hitter in 2021.
Alex Bregman had some issues in spring training with some hamstrings. He said he put on about 15, 20 pounds, and that time on the injury list may have done him a little bit of good, moving around well, going first to third. That's a good sign for Astro fans.
3 balls and no strikes to count to Yuli Gurriel, who is the only Astro hitter that has walked more than he struck out to start the year. Left-handed hitting right fielder Kyle Tucker waiting next, and Gurriel in a 3-0 count. Cobb gets a call on a high fastball.
It's actually a really good pitch to Yuli. He has been struggling a little bit this year with that fastball inside.
Yeah, I've seen him over the years. Really good as far as hitting the ball hard to right field against the Angels, especially when it's out over the plate.
Suzuki sets up out there, and the pitch to Gurriel's called for a strike.
It's a pretty nasty combo to get back in this count.
Yeah, inside corner, outside corner.
What do we see next here, Gooby?
Now what?
Play along with us.
I'm going with the split. I'm going with the thing right here.
I lost him with another knuckle curve. And that has loaded the bases. All right, so how much of this, Gooby, is the fact that Alex Cobb missed his last start, and it's been a good 10 days since he's been out there?
I'll be honest with you, Matt. The worst thing you can have for a sinker ball pitcher, especially with a split as well, is be too strong on the mound because you're going to overthrow. You've seen a couple fastballs already, the upper third of the strike zone. He feels too strong. I know it sounds odd, but the stronger you feel as a sinker ball pitcher, the worse you are because it's going to flatten out as far as your movement on your fastball.
Huge opportunity for Kyle Tucker, who is probably the happiest of any Astro to be off that dreadful trip through Seattle and Denver. 1 for 16 on the recently completed 5-gamer. He's got the bases loaded with 2 gone.
Baseball's an amazing game. It will put you in spots when you've been struggling like this, where the bases are loaded, 2 outs, and your team needs a big hit to get things going back home in their home ballpark.
Bregman, Alvarez, and Gurriel aboard with 2 gone, and a first pitch thing is swung on and missed. Those are the career bases loaded numbers for Tucker this year. 2 for 21 with runners in scoring position.
It's almost Pat Tabler-like numbers for bases loaded for Tucker.
0-2. For the uninitiated, Pat Tabler, who had a good career, was a completely different player with the bases loaded. And I mean that as a positive.
Yeah, he always told me he would be a 500 hitter if they didn't give an error to Edgar Martinez at third base against Randy Johnson a number of years ago. So he was that good, just under 500 in his career with the bases loaded.
0-2 to Tucker. Because we're super reliant on technology on a night like tonight, where the 3 of us are all in different locations, and I'm trying to track pitches on my computer here in the studio. my eyeballs tell me, Gooby, more knuckle curves than split changes so far for Alex Cobb.
So far, you're exactly right on that. Surprising. It's a feel for him on his splitter right now. The thing, he's frustrated as he delivered that one well out of the strike zone. He wants to make it tantalizing enough for a hitter to chase out of the strike zone, but when it starts that low, you're not going to get chases.
You know what, Gooby's exactly right. When you got a guy with a good split, in your mind, you're trying to zone that pitch up. If you see it down out of the hand, you should tell yourself to lay off it. If it's low, let it go.
There's one, a good one that he makes Tucker swing over the top of. So the strikeout gets him out of a bases loaded 2-out jam. We go to the second, scoreless in Houston.
Left fielder Michael Brantley hitting .327.
Hit sharply left side, diving stop. Story gets to his feet, long throw and got him. Cold or not, the defensive excellence of Trevor Story remains constant.
Rockies trying to strike early. Trevor Story
1-0. Trevor will rip it fair just inside the third baseline. It'll roll down onto the track. Tapia scores. They're going to send McMahon. He'll score from first. A 2-run double for Story.
Jonathan Daza will lead off the Rockies' second.
And now the 2-2 is hit well down the left field line. Hooking towards the corner, but it is gone. Touch him all time. Jonathan Daza.
First career home run for Daza. A no-doubter to left to give the Rockies the lead.
Hits the ball hard to straightaway center field. Now towards right. Diving catch by Kyle Tucker. One of the plays of the year for the Astros.
Austin Gomber, who has pitched well this year.
Strong outing for Austin Gomber.
Hey, another fun aspect of watching games on YouTube is our interactive polling feature, which allows you to offer a multiple choice response to questions posed in the live game commentary. Stay tuned as the results will be revealed and discussed later in the broadcast, and we've got our first poll question to kind of get you going here tonight. And I think I could guess on some of the responses here. Who's the most exciting player not named Mike Trout? Ohtani, Acuna, Tatis, Betts. I'm just disappointed there's no place for me to fill in my own response, because Alejandro Kirk is my guy.
Oh man, that's a tough one. There's so many great names there. Acuna Jr. so far has done some things. When you score up on a pop up to second baseman, I'm going with that. As much as Ohtani has done, Acuna Jr. is my guy right now.
How about you, Blummer?
I've got to go Acuna also. What he did, like Gooby was talking about, it's the power that he has, the aggressiveness on the base paths. But when I saw him beat out a routine ground ball to Didi Gregorius, that sold me that this guy is not only electric, but he plays hard.
Yeah. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Justin Upton, leading things off in the second. Cristian Javier issued a 2-out walk in the first, but did register 3 strikeouts and route to a scoreless opening tonight. There's no wrong answers on that list, but I will stand by my claim that Alejandro Kirk is the most exciting player in baseball for me, because he's 5'7", 270, and he mashes, and that's 4 strikeouts for Javier.
By the way, the play that Mookie Betts made to end the game against the Padres the other day at San Diego, that was unbelievable.
Yeah, Mookie's pretty unbelievable with his ability to he made a couple of plays in the World Series last year to help win ball games, but that was a heck of a way to finish one off.
Here's Albert Pujols now with 1 out and the base is empty, and Albert sends a high fly ball foul. Some of his greatest conquests along the course of his 21-year Hall of Fame career right here in this building. And I don't mean to salt up old wounds here, Blummer, but I'm not sure Brad Litch has gotten a clean night's sleep since that night.
No, that home run that he gave up to Albert Pujols in that championship series in 2005, I think they may have actually had to replace the plexiglass out there in left field above the railroad tracks. But that home run has left an indelible mark on this community watching Albert Pujols over the years.
Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Pujols.
How about Albert in his last series against Texas? Picked up a stolen base, his 115th of his career, and then the next night he hits his 664th career home run. So, and he's 41 years old.
Did I see someplace where that made him the oldest player to ever steal third at 41? I mean, I don't know that many older than that have ever done it anecdotally, unless somebody can Google that and tell me I'm wrong.
And he hasn't been caught 13 straight.
2-2.
Pull him to sleep.
Let's go back to the homer we talked about back in 2005. Game 5 of the NLCS.
We got liftoff.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy about that home run? That home run actually had an impact on the 2005 World Series that the Astros actually got to, because it forced Roy Oswalt to pitch in Game 6 and not start Game 1 of that 05 World Series.
Wow. Two gone and 5 strikeouts for Cristian Javier. Jose Iglesias.
I'm not sure what's going on at that alternate site.
Doesn't the term alternate site just sound creepy, mysterious? I mean, it sounds like, you know, like they're testing a nuclear reactor someplace away from the watchful eye of the federal government. Alternate site. We couldn't do any better than that.
Wait for a Stranger Things episode to start.
Yeah. Boy, Cristian Javier's got every pitch working tonight. And it's a ball and a strike to Jose Iglesias. This is the baby of the rotation at the age of 24. And a guy that was only pressed into duty last year because Justin Verlander became unavailable.
Yeah, last year was interesting for the Astros pitching staff. A lot of guys making their major league debuts. And to your point, Matty, Cristian Javier ended up in 3rd place in Rookie of the Year voting.
A disappearing 92-mile-an-hour fastball upstairs. Looks like he can hit it, but it's by you.
The 1-2 to Iglesias. By the way, I was just sent a tweet. Matt Birch by the Angels PR staff, quick to remind me that Ichiro stole 3rd at the age of 42, a year older than Albert when he did it this week. We just got to make sure we clean that stuff up. Thanks, Matt.
Well, you can never doubt Matty Birch. He always has that little side information to be able to get us right.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Jose Iglesias. Well, is he in swing mode or what? Man. Hit over 370 last year. Short sprint with the Orioles. Had a great season. 10-year vet. Career highs last year in batting, on base, slugging. Celebrated his first homer as an Angel yesterday. A game the Angels homered 4 times in, but still lost. Cristian Javier mix in a ground out, dude. All 6 via the swinging strikeout.
And Trout gets a hold of one into the corner in left, and he got it! 2-run shot for Trout. got him. The Thing registering another punch out for Alex Cobb. Here's the 1-1 to Ohtani. And that's hit well into the corner. That'll rattle around in right and clear the bases. Ball and 2 strikes. And Shohei just taps that one back up the middle. Wow. The overload. Hey, he beats it out. He's allowed only 1 base runner on the 2-out walk to Suzuki last inning. Did Shohei get him? Get going to right and gone. Another rocket off Ohtani's bat, a base hit to right.
Absolutely an incredible swing again for Shohei Ohtani. 3-hit performance. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, still able to get the barrel of the bat, and he is locked in, and everything is being hit hard.
Here's a pitch, and there's a ball blasted out into left field. It is out of here. He did bust the game wide open. It's a grand slam, and now it's 9-3 Angels.
He knew it was gone. It's just a matter of how far it was gone.
Back for the bottom of the second inning. No score in Houston. And for Dusty Baker, as we mentioned, creeping up on the 1,900 win club. He is on the doorstep. And once he gets into the room, you'll find the likes of Bobby Cox, Walter Alston, Sparky, John McGraw, almost 3,000 wins as a manager, Connie Mack and Boch. And serving them up at the bar, Bucky Harris, Joe McCarthy, and still winning games, Tony La Russa. That is quite an exclusive club, gentlemen.
And taking all his teams, 5 of them, to the postseason.
Aledmus Diaz hooks the ball into left field, and that'll bound up against the corner. First extra base hit of the night. Oh, and Diaz is able to stay on the bag. What the Mary Lou Retton is going on out there?
Yeah, she's local. I'm not sure if she's still giving out lessons, but that was a pretty dramatic slide into second base by Aledmus Diaz.
Oh, man.
You know, that short porch here in Minute Maid Park, here creates some interesting plays, but that looked like it hurt.
Dude, that is right there. That is top of the file for why you have to stretch to play pro sports, kids. I mean, you're going to tear a groin. You're going to tear something if you're not ready for that play. And here's Miles Straw now.
Yeah, if that was a UFC fight, I'm tapping out right there after that slide. I'm done.
Straw, the Southern California kid, who has a big opportunity to play every day in Houston. Fastball's in for a strike. It's worth looking at that again.
Yeah, he did a good job of staying down on that pitch and yanking it into the corner, but about right here he realizes he's got to turn it on. And I tell you what, there was a collective groan between the 3 of us when that happened.
Curveball fouled away, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to Straw. Miles did not play yesterday and has been slow to respond to everyday opportunity this year. World of talent. Astros love him. They wouldn't have given him the keys to the job in the George Springer-less days that ensue had they not been fans of Miles Straw. And the thought is he'll come around. Dusty Baker telling us before the game he had a heart-to-heart with Miles yesterday and wants him just to be more aggressive at the plate, Jeff.
Yeah, you know what? That was what was interesting is when spring training began for the Astros, there was an obvious hole in center field and an obvious hole at the top of the lineup. But having a guy like Miles Straw, he fits more of the traditional leadoff man type mentality where take some pitches, get on base, create havoc with his speed. But it's been tough going because he has been a little bit more passive. And I think Dusty having that heart-to-heart should help Miles Straw calm down a little bit, be more aggressive on pitches he knows he can get to. One thing that he has not done is laid down that bunt in certain situations. And that might be something he has to work on because it could be a valuable weapon to get him on base.
Two balls and two strikes. Sharply hit past the third baseman Rojas into the corner. That's going to get Diaz around to score. Miles Straw driving in the first run of the night, and it's 1-0 Astros. A ball into the short left field corner that he turns into a triple.
That speed on display. One of the most difficult things as a sinker ball pitcher with a man on second with no outs is to try to get an out other than a ground ball, because you're a ground ball pitcher. 58.6% of the time it gets up by Rojas and in the corner, and then you get to see those wheels on display by Miles Straw.
And that's also a very good view from behind home plate. That was a long way for Justin Upton to go to get that ball in the corner, because to be honest also about Miles Straw, he goes the other way a lot of the time. He very rarely turns on the ball, so it was a tough play for Justin Upton to get all the way in the corner.
Here's Martin Maldonado now. Chance for a fly ball to make it 2-0 Astros early tonight. And a couple of curveballs have him chasing. Maldonado re-upping, a new contract extension for him announced this week. Has always been regarded as one of the better pitch handlers and defensive catchers in the game, rewarded for that. And he chases for a strikeout. Second for Cobb tonight, one away.
Yeah, 3 straight knuckle curves. No thing there in that about it. The knuckle curve was so effective. 250 batting average with a couple of strikeouts this year for that pitch for Alex Cobb. Got a strikeout against Maldonado with 3 straight.
I know it's a small sample size, but through Alex's first 2 starts as an Angel, he had the best chase percentage of any pitcher the first few weeks of the season, almost 50%. He starts Correa with a curveball for a strike. It's a guy that's been through a lot physically along the course of his decade-long big league career. Broke in with the Tampa Bay Rays against the Angels, ironically. Here's a look at that chase rate. 45%.
Yeah, during the offseason went up to Seattle, the drive line, to work on some things mechanically, and a better fastball, better command of his splitter, and same thing with his knuckle curve.
A ball and 2 strikes to Correa now.
Hey, Gooby, has he always been a guy that started on that first base side of the rubber? Because he really strides towards that right-handed hitter and creates that crossfire. Might create a little more deception maybe.
Part of it, he does that too, is to be able to make sure he gets inside with some of his pitches to the lefties as well. He's been really effective against left-handed batters this year, more so than righties.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Correa. Alex was never a
lot of times.
Go ahead, Gooby.
Yeah, a lot of times when you see a pitcher on that side of the rubber, they're more sinker ball. I always think of a guy like Derek Lowe, very successful pitcher. Starts there, makes sure to be able to run that fastball, a 2-seamer in a lefty to catch the inside corner.
And a ground ball that trickles through the infield and allows Straw to score easily. Boy, that's a 2-strike count that just got away from Cobb. Went to a fastball there on 2-2. And I think that made Correa's job a little easier.
I agree. And I think if we see the replay, you're going to see that Suzuki set up on the inside and this ball tailed over the outside, and Correa just punched it the other way. You talked about the low strikeout numbers earlier in the game, and that's what the Astros do, is they try and fight in those 2-strike counts, and sometimes it pays off.
RBI for Correa, his 8th of the year. Here's Michael Brantley now.
So the little tweak atop the lineup card. So far, so good for Dusty Baker, because Correa's turn came up with 1 out and a runner at third. And their shortstop came through. 2-0 Astros. Once again, the Angels overload the right side of the infield against the left-handed hitting Brantley. Jeff, do you get a sense that Correa could stick around in that leadoff spot as long as Altuve's unavailable, or is that going to be one of those chairs that's rotated?
You know what? Knowing that Dusty is approaching, milestones with managerial wins, I think if they end up winning this ball game and Carlos Correa's on base a couple of times and driving runners in, and it looks like the offense is picking up a little bit, I don't think he'd move him until Altuve came back, to be honest with you.
I mean, after all, this applies league-wide. Gooby, Willie Wilson, where have you gone? Those guys aren't around anymore. The true leadoff hitter that we knew, the guy that got on base and ran, you could name him on one hand this year.
And Mike Trout has been in that spot a number of times for the Angels in his career. Reason why you get him an extra at bat as the game progresses in that leadoff spot. Because you're only a leadoff man that first inning. Other than that, you have a chance to drive in runs and get an extra at bat later on in the game.
2 balls and a strike to count to Michael Brantley. Carlos Correa does not have a stolen base attempt this year. I also get the risk reward of the stolen base. I understand why Mike Trout doesn't run as often. I understand why a guy like Carlos Correa wouldn't run as often. The injury risk it's too great to ignore sometimes. Still 2 balls and a strike.
Base runners are doing a very good job. Base runners are doing their best they can to avoid some of those injuries you're talking about, Matt. A lot of these guys are going out there with the oven mitt approach.
Curveball in for a strike, 2-2. Michael Brantley, of course, returning to Houston on a 2-year free agent contract this year after a heavy courtship from the Toronto Blue Jays, when many people thought he was going to join George Springer and apply for a passport. And Cobb strikes him out on the thing, the split change. That's 3 for Alex Cobb tonight. Hey, ever want to know what it's like to be a rookie in the big leagues? Join Ryan Mountcastle of the Orioles on a behind-the-scenes vlog journey on youtube.com/MLB. Two runs in. 2 gone with a runner at first now for Alex Bregman, who singled back in the first. And that one got him. Cobb came in with a fastball, got him on the elbow.
Couple things really on that pitch right there for Alex Cobb. Strong, drops his wrist enough, and it's going to run up and in on a right-handed batter instead of have sink action. And that's why he's able to hit Bregman on the elbow area.
Boy, did that get him above the pad, too?
It may have. I hope it didn't. But that Alex Cobb threw the same pitch that Alex got a hit on in that first at bat, swinging at the first pitch fastball in. So they were trying to do the same thing that they did in the first at bat. But like Gooby said, just got away from him.
Here's Yordan Alvarez now. And again, the Angels overload the right side. Runners at first and second, 2 runs in. Oh, yeah. I don't know if it got. It sounded like it hit the pad the first pass we took.
And Alvarez slices that one out of play.
Well, you go back to this inning, guys. Miles Straw, with his speed, created a couple runs. He gets a ground ball down the line, gets a triple, and with the infield end, ground ball to Albert Pujols. He was thinking, I got to be quick to the plate with the speed of Miles Straw. Unable to make that play on that grounder by Correa his way. 2-run score in this inning because of the speed of Miles Straw.
2 balls and a strike. Most RBIs in his first 100 career games. Walt Dropo drove in 106 runs in his first 100 games. Oh, man. I mean, you're talking about some historical figures there. The only contemporary name on that list is the guy at the plate. 2-2.
Yeah, I had no idea Yordan Alvarez was going to allow for so many Walt Dropo references in my life.
It's a good point. I don't know that Walt would have come up tonight at all if it had not been for Yordan Alvarez.
And I think Walt got all of his RBIs in the first 3 years of his career, because there was a pretty drastic drop-off after that.
Oh, Cobb thought he had a call there. Ran that fastball in on the big left-handed batter and just missed. And now it's a full count, 3-2. Play the guessing game with us, Scooby. What's he throw here on a full count?
Going split finger at their fastball in. Generally, fastball up and in. You go down and away.
The 3-2. Went back up there with a fastball and lost him. And that loads the bases for the second time in as many innings. Yeah, I'm surprised. I was with you, Gooby. I thought he had him all set up for the split change. And here comes Angels pitching coach Matt Wise.
Yeah, you always love to go back up a pitch like that with another back up and in fastball, but if it leaks out over the plate at all, we were talking about the power for Alvarez, you're going to run into some problems. Splitter down and away, he can hit a ground ball, make it a run in, but a big swing could result in a 3-run home run if that fastball stays out over the plate.
Big plate appearance here for Yuli Gurriel. The Astros would love to take further advantage of what has been an inning where their runners on base throughout. They've cashed in for 2 of them. Bases loaded with 2 gone now. Gurriel walked in the first. Along with Carlos Correa, 8 RBIs early on to pace the team. And a guy that has been a real force with the bases loaded. A near 500 hitter. Takes a strike. In fact, he's exactly 500. 21 for 42 with the bases loaded. His 2-run homer yesterday, Houston's only home run in their last 5 games. And he's behind 0-2. Let's take you back to the snowy day in Denver.
The one time this entire season I was glad we weren't traveling, but he got a hold of a curveball from Gomber and drove it out to left center field. And that was pretty much the most excitement those guys had, other than watching snowfall maybe for the first times in their lives.
Dusty Baker telling us before the game today, 60 years in professional baseball, and he had never participated in a game in the snow, which we all found kind of hard to believe for a guy that you'd think had been a part of every circumstance imaginable.
Yeah, that one got me. Dusty Baker has seen several decades of baseball, and to hear that shocked me a little bit.
2-strike count remains to Yuli Gurriel. That one misses up and in, a ball and 2 strikes now.
As a pitcher, Gurriel is your worst nightmare with the bases loaded, because he can hit the ball to all fields. He can hit all speed pitches well. He can hit fastballs well. And like I mentioned before, he's done a ton of damage against the Angels in his career.
That ball wasn't even in the strike zone, and Yank just fouled. That's 6 inches off the inside corner. I mean, to your point,
Yuli does such an amazing job. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, to your point, Gooby, I mean, where do you go? Where do you go to get him out?
The old Rod Carew scouting report. Throw it right down the middle. Let him hit a line drive at somebody.
Yeah, Yuli does a great job of pulling that knob of the bat through so early, and there's so much lag on that bat that it creates all kinds of coverage, but he's not a very discriminate hitter when he's got RBIs out there.
Oh, man, Cobb shook Suzuki off to get to that fastball and just missed his spot. So now it's 2-2. It's been a 35-pitch inning for Alex Cobb, and it has not been the breezy results that he had 10 days ago in Kansas City when he struck out 10 against the Royals. 2-2. Easy take for Gurriel on the change. Wow. A double, a triple, a single, a hit batsman, and a walk this inning. Bases loaded. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And he just missed with the split change. Man, didn't miss by much. An RBI for Gurriel, his team leading 9th, 3-0 Astros.
I tell you what, guys, it's been really impressive to watch Yuli this season. He's not typically a guy who is going to lay off pitches out of the zone. In the past, he hasn't been a guy that's been on base percentage type guy. He's usually been a guy that swings his way onto the base paths, but now this season with 2 walks, 15 on the season, is a rarity for Yuli Gurriel.
Well, he's already walked more than he did last season. 12 walks all of last year, 15 this season, and again, the only Astro that's walked more than he struck out. It's a ball and no strikes to Kyle Tucker, a strikeout victim to end the first. That came to get Cobb out of a bases loaded jam, trying to get out of another here. Fastball in for a strike.
But going back to that take by Gurriel, this is a short little stride. He was looking just to make some contact. He wasn't thinking grand slam. He was thinking middle of the field and making contact. And that's able to track it out of the zone.
2 balls and a strike. An Astros team that is among the most disciplined in baseball. Fewest strikeouts in the American League at the start of play. There have been easy takes like that, and there have been some borderline pitches that they've been able to stay away from, and that has helped move the line in this 3-run inning. And now Matt Wise is on the phone with the bullpen. 3 balls and a strike to Tucker. And that's lined into shallow right, where Fletcher had him played perfectly to avoid any further damage. The Astros do crack the scoreboard for 3 in the second. A long inning for Houston. Results in 3 big runs. Astros on top early at home.
Yeah, it was a really cool moment here. A lot of the fans were standing and showing their appreciation for the times when AJ was the manager, and I know it had to be an emotional time for him. Dawson has his first major league hit. Ronnie Dawson, a little fist pump as he heads down the line and slaps his hands together. Ronnie Dawson, congratulations. His first major league hit, leading off the 7th inning with a clean single to left.
Yeah, get that baseball.
First big league game tonight.
On the ground, right side. That's a base hit. Alex Degodi, a single to right field. Coming in to score Correa. The throw wide at third. Here comes Taylor Jones. He'll score.
First major league hit. Give Degodi a single and an RBI.
And give him that baseball. What a thrill for Alex Degodi.
McCormick rips one to left center field. That ball is down and all the way to the wall. Degoni sprinting home, but he can walk home. And Chas McCormick into second base with an RBI double. 3-0 Astros.
Ground ball hit to the right side into the shift. To his right, Diaz. He fields, throws to first, and the inning is over. 8 shutout innings for Zach Greinke.
Welcome back. 3-0 Astros, top half of the third. Earlier, we had our YouTube most exciting player not named Mike Trout player poll. It's a mouthful. And Shohei Ohtani wins it in a landslide with over 50% of the vote. We'll have another poll question coming up for you a little bit later on. For now, we welcome Angels right-hander Dylan Bundy to the telecast. Dylan, welcome, man. Have you ever played with a guy even remotely as skilled and interesting as Shohei Ohtani?
I'm going to say no, I haven't. I mean, the guy throws 100 mile an hour on the mound and then hits balls 450 feet. So there's not anybody else in the game that does that. So he's definitely one of the most exciting. There you go.
So ball into the opposite field from Jose Rojas. Oh. And Rojas gets that one off the top of the wall. Inches away from his first big league homer.
Really thought that ball was going.
I think he did too. We're taking another look at the replay here, Dylan, and how far up on that wall did it go? Man, yeah, hit that big garage door. So Rojas happy with a leadoff double. Hey, congrats on a great start to the season, man. Tell us about how you're feeling. Tell us about the weird layoff, getting that series canceled against the Twins. Give us the report card.
Yeah, it's been kind of a weird start to the season with, you know, it seems like we've had a lot of off days and then the rainouts and or the weather down in Dunedin, Florida. So then they canceled with the Twins. So, yeah, it's definitely weird. But, you know, we're doing the best we can and trying to win ball games.
So, Dylan, talk about the comfort you've had wearing that Angel uniform. An outstanding year last year, always go out there and attack in the strike zone, and another good start of a season this year. The comfort with the Angels.
Yeah, thank you. I don't know. I mean, I get along with everybody here. We have I think, good chemistry in the clubhouse right now with these guys we have here. So, good staff. You really can't ask for much. And new division. You know, still trying to get to know all these teams in this division now. So always learning as a pitcher, definitely.
Dylan, Jeff Blum here from the Houston Astros broadcast. And I was with you. I thought that Rojas hit that ball out of here. And I'm kind of curious, when you come into a ballpark like Minute Maid Park where the dimensions are so unique, do you have to alter your game planning when you come in here to face this team?
Oh, no, definitely. Definitely don't do that. I mean, you stick to the game plan, whether it's off reading their swings or kind of the game plan you want to attack with, whether it be off speed, fastballs, whatever it may be. But I don't think you change based on the ballpark dimensions, though, or the shape of it.
Kurt Suzuki pops one up behind the plate, and that'll get out of play. So, Dylan, you're scheduled on Sunday. If you're the last guy to pitch in a long series like this one, what are your off days like? Are you looking at video? What do you do before games leading up to your start day?
Yeah, like a bullpen today. This is my third day after my last start. So bullpen, just to kind of feel out some things, work on a few things if you want. And then just some light catch tomorrow, recovery. Same thing the following day, and then get ready for your start on Sunday. There, that one.
Suzuki sends one into the corner and just foul. Man, it's deceiving. We're in the studio, Dylan. We can't tell what's going on. We don't know whether to squat or wind our watch half the time. You got a better view than we do.
Dang, that's 2 now this inning.
Maybe we should let him give you some play-by-play.
I mean, it'd be better than mine already. Do you think, here's a question for you, because we're taking a look at the ballpark now, nice aerial shot. Do you buy into the difference between the roof open and the roof closed at a place like this, or do you not even care?
I don't read too much into it, but yeah, I've heard those things like Toronto with the roof open, closed versus, does the ball carry more? I'm sure it has an effect, depending on which way the wind's blowing, but or how it comes into the stadium, I guess. But I think you'd have to be the home team to know what it does exactly.
By the way, did you just see that guy eat it trying for the foul ball? Did you see that?
No.
Dude just absolutely bit it. I mean, there's partial attendance all around Major League Baseball, so when a guy falls that spectacularly, we see it clearly. I don't know if there's a monitor in the dugout. You're going to love this if you can see it again. Ball and 2 strikes, by the way, the count to Kurt Suzuki. I mean, this guy went down like
I'll have to go back and look at it.
And Kurt's battling. We're going to take a look at it again, Dylan, so bear with us here. Check this dude out.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, I've got the number for a good spine specialist in town.
Oh. Man.
Oh.
He's fine.
I think someone did that actually
Walk
in
it off.
Anaheim, our last game.
Yes, it happened. Kept it in front, though. Kept it in front of him.
Still a ball and 2 strikes on Kurt Suzuki as we continue visiting with Angels right-hander Dylan Bundy. Hey, Dylan, because we're on YouTube tonight and Gooby Blummer and I are having a good time with this, we've asked a lot of people, including your manager, I'll ask you the same thing. What was the last instructional video that you looked at on YouTube to learn how to do something?
Oh, that's a good question. Instructional, maybe about an electric bike, maybe. Well, I don't know if that's too instructional though.
Well, sure, yeah. I mean, to ride it, to build it.
I guess. Yeah, just how to work it, I guess, and how the battery and brakes, throttle, stuff like that, I guess. On an electric bike, that's what it is.
We had a pool going. We thought it was going to be a hunting video or a fishing video, and we were wrong about that.
Well, it is an electric bike for hunting, though.
Okay.
It's got like really fat tires on it. So
Suzuki trying to get that one to stay fair. Man, he's on him. Just can't get it to drop into fair territory.
Hey, Dylan, how is it to throw to Kurt Suzuki behind the plate, man? He's always had a great reputation of working well with pitchers.
Yeah, big fan. I mean, he's been in the game for, 14, 15 years now. A lot of knowledge back there, and anytime you have a guy like that with his veteran presence back there, you're gonna have a lot of trust in him.
2 balls and 2 strikes. It stays to Kurt Suzuki. We're going to hang with you for this at bat, Dylan, because so far so good. As long as it keeps battling.
How many pitches is that?
We got people that can tell you that. Hang on.
Oh, nice.
Hey, Dylan, does it drive you nuts when a hitter is fouling balls off like this?
Yeah, kind of. It's not fun. You'd rather them, put it in play or miss it.
This is going to be the 11th pitch coming up to Kurt Suzuki after the leadoff double by Jose Rojas. 3-0 Astros.
Yeah, what's the most? 19? 19 or 20? Wasn't it Brennan Bell?
That's a good question. I don't know about modern history, but I know that last year the longest by an Angels batter was Justin Upton, 11. So that's where we're at right now with Kurt. And I'm told, Dylan, that the longest on record is 21, a 21 pitch at bat back in 1988.
Nice. Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
Yeah.
Not fun, no.
For the hitter too, Blummer. Yeah.
Work.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I could stand up there all day and say, yeah, I was up there fighting some of these pitches off, when in reality I couldn't square one up.
And Suzuki finally succumbs to the strikeout. That's 7 for Javier. Hey, Dylan, we appreciate the visit, man. We love watching you pitch, and we'll enjoy watching you pitch on Sunday to wrap up this series. Way to go.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Dylan Bundy joining us on the broadcast tonight. I didn't ask you guys. Gooby, what was the last instructional video that you looked at on YouTube?
You know, cooking and making a Philly cheesesteak. Believe it or not, because I had to do some little fun thing for the Angels. And being a Philly guy, you would think I would know, but no, I had to get a little instruction on YouTube on how to make one.
Man, your secret is safe on South Street with me. Mark Goob is a Philly guy. Needed to YouTube how to make a cheesesteak.
All the special ingredients. Yes.
Top of the order. Here's David Fletcher.
You had to watch a video for Cheese Whiz, huh?
No, I can't do that. I had to go by provolone cheese.
Oh, there we go.
Plumber, how about you? Last YouTube instructional video.
I had to figure out how to dismantle my garbage disposal and fix it because my beautiful wife put down an entire head of lettuce into the garbage disposal and locked it up. That's living in the house with 5 women right there.
Oh, yeah. It's a fly ball into the corner. That's got a chance if it stays fair, and that one's foul. And it's 0-2 to David Fletcher. Did it work? Did you unclog it?
Oh, I was an absolute hero that night. Didn't have to do the dishes. Beers were brought to me. It was glorious.
Cristian Javier has not done anything but strike people out. He's allowed a walk and a double tonight, and all 7 outs on swinging strikeouts. Well, the way he's pitching tonight, it's hard to imagine his not being a part of the opening day rotation plans, even if everybody's healthy.
No, very true, especially with the issues that the Astros have had in their rotation coming out of spring training. Framber Valdez on the injured list with a broken finger. He's rehabbing and hoping to be back by the end of May. And then Jake Odorizzi being added to the rotation, but he wasn't able to join the team until 2 or 3 starts into the season. So I agree with you in the sense that he's got the stuff to play at this level. It was just a matter of fitting him into the rotation. And unfortunately, he was one of the guys that had to be sent to that alternate site when there were those days off came into play.
Ball and 2 strikes to count to David Fletcher.
Second time through for him now. See how he reacts. Remember we talked about that in the beginning. 462 second time through for Javier. So a little more difficult, especially this part of the order coming up now for the Angels with a man in scoring position.
And Fletcher chases to strike out. But if that's not a perfect pitch, breaking ball gets the very outside of the corner.
Gosh, you know what? If you're striking out David Fletcher, there's something good about that breaking ball. Pretty impressive 8 strikeouts tonight for Javier. Ties a career high for him. Last time he did it was against the other Los Angeles team.
You make a good point about striking out David Fletcher too, Jeff. Here's Shohei Ohtani now with a runner at second and 2 gone. Back-to-back strikeouts. Fletcher's strikeout percentage since the start of the 2018 season is the second lowest in all of baseball. Only Andrelton Simmons, former Angel, and Joe Panik, a current Blue Jay, have struck out in a fewer percentage of plate appearances. It's 0-1 to Ohtani. Check it out. We got 3 of the 5 lowest strikeout percentages in baseball on the field tonight, because right underneath Fletcher is Brantley and Gurriel on this list. He doesn't hit it hard, but who cares? He doesn't barrel it, but who cares? He hits 300 and doesn't strike out. Ohtani had one to hit, but flies it into center for Straw, and nothing comes of the leadoff double. More impressive work by 24-year-old right-hander Cristian Javier. Nice inside-out pass in an opposite field base hit for Shohei, and the Angels have a one-out base runner in the first. Here's the 1-1 to Ohtani. And that's hit well into the corner. That'll rattle around in right and clear the bases. One too many fastballs against Shohei Ohtani, and the Angels get their 3-run lead back in the 7th. Shohei serves that into the opposite field, and that's going to drop in front of Benintendi and rolled all the way to the track. Fletcher coming around third in to score, and it's an 8-3 Angel lead. More damage by Ohtani.
That's his 5th extra base hit in his last 11 at-bats. Shohei Ohtani. Another RBI, giving him 3 on the game.
He's allowed only one base runner on the 2-out walk to Suzuki last inning. Did Shohei get him? Get going to right and gone! The superhero does it again. Number 4 for Shohei Ohtani.
What a job by Shohei.
And welcome back to Minute Maid Park. We have another poll for you, and we'd like to know which upcoming free agent shortstop will get the biggest deal. So those watching in Puerto Rico, you could start voting for Carlos Correa now, or family members for Story, Seager, or Baez. And got a feeling all of those guys will be paid quite well, Matty, very soon.
Yeah, Brett, thanks for that. Man, I mean, there's no wrong answer there. What a talent list. Lindor was on that list, of course, but re-upped and going nowhere outside of Flushing, Queens for the next decade. Alex Cobb back to work, and he'll get the bottom third of the order for the Astros, who lead it 3-zip. Maybe Jake Odorizzi has some thoughts on that. Jake Odorizzi joining us. Hey, Jake, thanks for taking some time, man. Did you hear that list of shortstops? And between Baez, Seager, Story, and Correa, who is the guy on that list that you'd like to face the least?
Geez, that's I don't know if there's one you want to pick out of that group. I feel like they'd take offense to it, and it'd be worse if you picked one. So
right, true.
I haven't faced Seager. It's been a while since I faced Baez. I never faced Story. So I guess maybe all three, the 3 guys that I haven't seen all that often. I've seen Carlos plenty, so I could do without that now. You know, I don't have to worry about that anymore since we're sharing the same dugout.
Yeah. Hey, and by the way, thanks for coming on with us. Congratulations on your deal joining the Astros. I know that the Astros and the fans were thrilled that you decided to sign there. Ironically, the team that you were linked to so often in the offseason is the Astros' opponent tonight. The Angels were reportedly hot on your heels, too. Tell us about the reasons you chose the Astros and the fit in Houston.
So, yeah, I mean, the Angels were one of the teams that were, talked to us pretty much from start to finish, but ended up choosing here in the end. I thought it was a good fit from a pitching staff-wise. I've heard tremendous things about Strami, and that's a good pitch right there. He does a lot of philosophies that I trained with in the offseason, has the same thought process, and there's been some guys that have come here that have had a lot of success, kind of amplifying what they do well. They make it better. So I was excited about that. I have a lot of former teammates on this team. One of my former catchers in Minnesota, Jason Castro, was here. So I thought the rapport of showing up late to spring training and already having a pitcher-catcher relationship was a very important thing to try to catch up as quick as possible. So that had a lot of influence on it as well. And the team in general, this is a very good team. I know we haven't played like it probably the last 10 days or so, but hopefully we start turning around. But I think there's a lot of good things ahead for us here in the future.
Hey, Jake, you and Alex Cobb have a very good pitch in your repertoire, that split change. Is there any similarity between your change and his split? Does that go back to your time in Tampa Bay together?
Yeah, he's the one who taught me how to throw the split. I throw it a little bit different. I'm a little higher on the ball than what he is, but yeah, he was the one who taught it to me, and you know, it was kind of a turning point in my career. I was finally had an off-speed pitch that wasn't a breaking ball, so yeah, it was. It's funny how, you know, things come full circle and that sort of thing. But yeah, I was very thankful. I was a rookie trying to make the team out of spring, and he went out of his way and worked with me in spring training, helped me, you know, throw it, manipulate it, and you know, it really changed the way I pitch to this day.
So Jake, speaking of how things turn and come around, you were traded for Zack Greinke, and now you're a teammate with him. How important it is to be around him and learn how to pitch, because he's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, he's fantastic, and anytime you can sit and listen to Zack talk about pitching, anything in general, I just want to sit there and soak it up, because then he has such knowledge when it comes to it and has the reasons to back it up. Not just like, you know, he thinks it's this, he thinks it's that. He has, you know, the reasoning behind, you know, why he thinks something, and there's data to back it up. So he's fantastic to be around, and I know a lot of the guys here really like sitting and just listen to him talk. And it's not all that often we get wants to sit and talk, but it's great to just be able to have a guy like that on in a rotation. And he was the guy I modeled myself after I was drafted. I thought there was a lot of similarities, and now to be here, obviously we've been traded for each other. It's really weird how that works out, but I'm just trying to pick his brain and learn as much as I can from him every single day.
Yeah, that's actually interesting that you talked about that, because I know after your last start at Minute Maid Park, you had talked about possibly getting near Justin Verlander. But talk about, you know, what you guys talk about as pitchers in Minute Maid Park. Did they offer any, you know, tidbits on how to handle pitching in a ballpark? Because you got snake bit by a couple of home runs in that Crawford box.
Yeah, that was a tough intro to. Oh, there we go.
Boy, that's a ball that's 4 inches in on his hands, and Carlos Correa lines it into center. Well, bloops it into center for an RBI base hit. What a fine job at the plate by Carlos Correa. 4-0 Astros.
Yeah, so going back on it wasn't the most ideal start to my Astros career, that's for sure. I would have liked something a lot better than what it was, but you know, that's baseball. On one of those home runs, I think this was the only part that it was going to be a home run in, so you can't really fault it too much. But you know, there's going to be games where that happens, but you know, I might have jumped the gun a little bit on, you know, trying to figure out wholesale changes, and just, you know, it's still early. I'm playing catch up pretty big right now. Of, you know, I only had a couple starts last year and a couple this year, and obviously I signed late, so I'm still in the catch up mode. And you know, I really noticed how much execution is kind of the last thing that comes after missing some time, you know, barely pitching at all. So the stuff I feel is there, it's the execution that's the issue. So, you know, I can focus on the execution, pick better locations, make better pitches, and, you know, maybe that solves that problem right from the get-go.
Hey, Jake, we appreciate the visit, man. Best of luck the rest of the way in Houston this year.
All right, appreciate it, guys. Good talking to y'all.
The 2-out RBI single chases Alex Cobb. A pitching change. Enter Alex Claudio. We'll be right back.
There you see right-hander Zack Greinke on the mound.
Swing and a miss. Greinke picks up his first strikeout. Pulled the string on him with a changeup, and Zack picks up back-to-back strikeouts, getting Haggerty and Haniger.
Breaking ball, swing and a miss, and Haggerty goes down on 3 pitches. Another curveball from Greinke. That's his 4th strikeout.
Luis Garcia up in the Astros pen. Here's the pitch. Change up, swing and a miss. Inside change up, and he gets him on 3 pitches, and there's 1 away here in the 7th. 5 strikeouts for Greinke.
Wow. Swing and a miss. 67-mile-an-hour curveball. Zack Greinke looking great tonight. 2 outs into the 7th.
Just toying with guys right now. Flip that breaking ball out there. No chance Marmoleos is going to be able to stay back on that pitch.
Ground ball hit to the right side into the shift to his right. Diaz, he fields, throws to first. 8 shutout innings for Zack Greinke.
Welcome back to the YouTube Game of the Week. Back from Minute Maid Park, we are presented by Chime with Mark Gubicza at Angel Stadium. Jeff Blum and Brett Dolan at Minute Maid Park. Matt Vasgersian, and the Angels go to the bullpen early. It's a little bit of a dice roll here, Gooby, as Alex Claudio comes out. Alex Cobb did not have his ace stuff as he did 10 days ago. However, he had gotten Michael Brantley out twice tonight, and it has kept him at a 1 for 12 for his career. There are 2 out here, but the dice roll is this: because of the 3-batter minimum, if Claudio lets Michael Brantley get on base, he's got to face Alex Bregman. This was a calculated risk, and Joe Maddon just felt like it was time for Alex Cobb.
And with Claudio, you always have that chance with his changeup to be able to neutralize a right-handed bat. So he's thinking a sidearm break a ball against lefty here. If he can't get him out, he still has a changeup against Bregman to get him out. And I think because Cobb had not pitched in a while, it was a stressful amount of pitches this entire game for him.
A ball and a strike to count to Brantley. One for 4 against Alex Claudio in his career. Again, 1 for 12 against Alex Cobb, but Cobb gone after 79 pitches. It was a 2-out double by Martin Maldonado, and then an RBI single by Carlos Correa. And Brantley lines that one into fair territory and right. It'll be a ground rule double for Michael Brantley. And that, for the time being, has prevented a run. Boy, this is played right into Dusty Baker's hands now. Is this an automatic to walk Alex Bregman here, Blummer?
Yeah, it could be, especially the way Alex is swinging the bat, having some good at-bats against Alex Cobb, as you see Brantley just sneaking that one in that right field line. Unfortunately, bouncing into the seats to keep Correa at third base. But I think, to Gooby's point, with Claudio's changeup, you might throw a couple off the plate and see if you can't get Alex Bregman to roll one over.
Brantley, the runner at second after his 6th double of the year already. And the fire good and hot here. 0-1 the count to Alex Bregman.
Tell you what, fellas, I have not seen this ball club in a long time swing it like they are early.
Kind of the perfect storm, right? You've got an Astros team that couldn't wait to get out of Denver. That after all the COVID layoffs, guys that were inactive are healthier, you think. You already made the point, Jeff, about Bregman's legs looking fresh. And they catch Alex Cobb on a night where he was 10 days between starts. Ball and 2 strikes to count to Alex Bregman.
And there was a lot of conversation in and around the Houston area, around the Houston Astros, asking Major League Baseball why they were playing and the Minnesota Twins were not. Astros having to call up 4 players from their alternate site to try and fight through that road trip. But you're right, these couple of day layoffs will have effects on guys, both hitters and pitchers.
Bregman lines that into left field, and the whole thing is blown up. 2 runs will score, and the Astros take a commanding 6-0 lead. That absolutely backfired for the Angels.
And you go back to the point with the Astros, they're making contact. I mean, these are not necessarily all squared up baseballs tonight, but they're putting the ball in play. That's towards the end of the bat, a changeup that was elevated. If it's down on a changeup, you can't hit that ball in the air. But because it's elevated, he's able to flare that into the outfield. So credit the Astros, putting the ball in play and making solid contact throughout.
So here's Yordan Alvarez now, who's been on base in both of his at-bats, a base hit and a walk, each of those coming against Alex Cobb. I mean, this is the chance you take knowing the 3-batter minimum. that if the move didn't make for the first hitter, and it didn't, then you got to face Bregman, who had big numbers again against Claudio, and now you got to get Alvarez as well. A series of calculated risks managing with the new rule. 2-0 now. Three and 0. Well, what's helped the Astros lineup tonight certainly has been the generous base on ball equivalent from the Angels. 3 by Alex Cobb. Statcast powered by Google Cloud. Every time he sneezes, it looks like a party favor. Yordan Alvarez spraying them all around the park. Pretty impressive home run distribution. Full count.
And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Gooby, his first big league home run was up towards that Phillips 66 gas pump in left center field. I think it was Dylan Bundy.
Yeah, I remember how far that went. This man is strong.
And Alex Claudio minimizes the damage, if you can say such a thing, at the end of a 3-run inning. All Astros tonight at the end of 3-6-0 Houston.
So many people are so excited to see this young man at 19 years old.
We landed in LA at like 6:30, 6:45, and we take a cab to Anaheim, which is an hour away, which was like rush hour.
Well, here he is, center fielder Mike Trout, his major league debut tonight.
We had traffic to get to Anaheim. We do not get to the stadium until the 6th or 7th inning. And
we
Mike,
are running.
Listen, here's the killer. So we tell Mike, Mom says, Mike, now leave us 4 tickets.
Right. So
we'll be there. Well,
I go up to the
poor kid.
I know he
doesn't leave his tickets, right?
We're like, okay, we'll buy tickets. Just give us a ticket somewhere.
Yeah. And we finally get into the stadium. It's like the top of the 8th inning. And a ball is hit to center.
This one out toward right center.
And we had just sat down.
Mike Trout giving chase.
Long run by Trout. He runs it down. Oh, man, what a play by Mike Trout.
Mike made that unbelievable catch out in the outfield.
Holy smokes, what a catch by the kid.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week on YouTube, presented by Chime. 6-0 Astros. Mike Trout leads off the 4th, and he's wearing a microphone for us tonight.
Go showtime. Where all these pitches are, it's exactly where I had them. And I checked off this one nice.
Yeah, first one all low.
Yeah.
Ready to hit too.
Yeah.
Mike will lead things off here in the 4th inning. He and the Angels down by 6. All over the Angels' all-time career leaderboard. The only thing he does not have a shot at is Sean Figgins' career caught stealing record. Gooby. It's the only one out of reach.
Oh yeah, but Trouty, yeah, he hasn't been running as much, but he picks his spots well. Sean Figgins, the old thing, he's getting figgy with it with Figgins, who once hit for the cycle for the Angels, which Mike Trout did as well.
0-1 the count to Mike. He walked with 2 out in the 1st. That's one of only 2 base runners against Cristian Javier. And on another night, Blummer, when the Astros haven't erupted for 6 in 3 innings, we'd be talking about Javier as being the story. He's one of the stories tonight in the midst of a terrific starting performance, having struck out 8.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. The Astros have 6 runs on the board, and it still doesn't match up to those 8 strikeouts that Javier has. And he's not a guy that's been known for the swing and miss ability. Usually it creates soft contact and uses that defense behind him, but he has been a one-man show on top of that bump tonight.
Three balls and a strike to count to Trout. Mike Trout, through his walk tonight, has had 70 plate appearances to start the year. He's been on base in 36 of them. And it's a full count to him now. You know what I don't understand, Gooby, and you've watched Mike Trout throughout his career. I don't understand why he doesn't get the Bryce Harper treatment more often. That is to say, nothing to hit.
Well, early he did. With Anthony Rendon in the lineup, Matt, he got a lot more fastballs last year, and that's why you saw the home run, 17 home runs last year.
Oh, man, he got hit in the elbow, and I don't know that got him. There's no pad there, I don't think. Oh.
Yeah, he has a little protection there right around the tricep area, but that looked like it got him right in the elbow.
I tell you what, even with those elbow pads and that protection, if you get squared up on the elbow, it is going to hurt no matter what, and that ball got him good.
It did get him on the pad, but Blumber, to your point, it still hurts, man. That's a big, strong dude. He doesn't react like that unless it really hurts. Understandable concern by the Angels.
Almost looked as if he left that elbow out there a little bit longer, maybe not anticipating that ball staying inside as much as it was.
Yeah, it almost as if he was not concerned about getting hit with the pitch on that one, the way he stuck his elbow out there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gooby. Definitely didn't sound good.
No. He's going to try to stick around, at least for the time being. And I'm just being informed that tonight's home plate umpire Ron Culpa, you guys remember that Mets-Marlins game earlier that ended on the hit-by-pitch play that was controversial? A lot of people felt like Michael Conforto leaned into it. Some people felt like the ball never hit him at all. Ron Culpa had the plate for that one as well. Weird plays are following Ron around. Mea culpa. Here's Jared Walsh now with the leadoff hitter aboard. Walsh, one of the strikeout victims. First time through by Javier. 7 of the 9 Angels that stepped to the plate struck out against him first time around. 0-2.
Boy, it still looked like Trout leaned in on it. It was a game earlier this year where Jared Walsh got hit by a pitch. He goes, that's good for my on-base percentage. But Trout, he's already got a high on-base percentage. He doesn't need any more with a hit by pitch.
No, he definitely doesn't, and the league doesn't want to see that guy get hurt either. He's a lot of fun to watch when he's on that ball field.
0-2 to Jared Walsh. Protect mode. Well, you know, when you think about the guys that have the mega deals and the guys that have the biggest overall contracts in baseball, Trout's being the biggest, and it's a group that includes Lindor, Betts, Tatis. Padres fans were worried about the same thing with their all-world shortstop when the shoulder injury occurred. I mean, there's just too much money invested, too much hope in one player to have somebody like that go down.
Well, remember the other day, Mookie Betts, same thing, got hit in the elbow area on a pitch running in on him as well.
They're like quarterbacks in the NFL, right? When one of these all-world talents, a contract comes due, they jump to the front of the line. I don't know that anybody's going to get past Trout's 426 anytime soon, though. That's a firm number.
Yeah, those kinds of numbers will make your portfolio strong to quite strong.
Back to 2 balls and 2 strikes on Jared Walsh, who started 0-2, battling here to even up the count. Upton next. Houston on top 6-0 here in the top half of the 4th. And Walsh lines the ball back up the middle. Trout aboard after being hit by the pitch. Let's listen into what it sounded like in some of the reactions a little while ago.
Right here?
Yeah.
Anything right here? You wrote in and out? Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
Good.
Okay to stick it out. Runners at first and second to start the inning now for Justin Upton, trying to convert on a 5-game hitting streak. Gooby, what were those numbers you had earlier? Javier, second time through the lineup.
Yeah, 462 batting average against him that second time through. So there's an opportunity for the Angels to get back. But I'll tell you what, his slider has been so good tonight. It's not going to be an easy task getting back, even though he struggled second time through.
Upton also a strikeout victim tonight, and he's able to lay off to move the count to 2-0.
I know it sometimes sounds odd, but when you're a pitcher and you hit a batter, especially with a 6-0 lead, it can rattle you a little bit, and that seems to be the case this inning for Javier. After hitting Trout with that pitch inside, he gives up a base hit out over the plate against Walsh, and now 2-0 count for Justin Upton, who hit a home run yesterday, exit velocity of 117 miles an hour. Woo.
Two balls and no strikes. Call on a slider, 2-1. Brett Dolan, a guy in Justin Upton that's been around. Hard to believe this is already his 5th year as an Angel.
Well, it's hard to believe he was drafted back in 2005, the #1 pick overall. And guys, this is a class that is a bit of a baseball dinosaur. There are 4 T-Rexes left on active Major League rosters from that 2005 class. Anybody want to take a guess or guesses on the 4 remaining guys other than Upton still active on big league rosters?
You going to give me time to Google it?
I will say
no.
2 others are in the top 11 picks of that draft. So 3 guys of the 5 that are remaining were picked in the top 11 overall back in 2005. I know it wasn't exactly yesterday, but that class might not be around in another couple of years.
Chased a high fastball. So from behind 2-0 to a strikeout for Javier, his 9th of the game. Well, let's pay it off here. Ryan Zimmerman was the only guy that I kind of thought was there. But yeah, a lot of these guys, Jay Bruce just shut it down. Jacoby Ellsbury is not playing anymore. Jed Lowry resurgent with the A's this year. Wow, what a class. It's amazing. Amazing that 4 of the first 5 picks were non-pitchers. Here's Albert now. Pujols also a strikeout victim tonight.
That draft was so long ago that Ryan Zimmerman was a draft pick of the Montreal Expos, wasn't he?
That's right. That's right. Actually, I'm being corrected. We were all wrong. He was the first ever pick by the Nats. That was their inaugural season, 05.
Okay.
But how about Jed Lowry, what he's doing for Oakland? I mean, didn't do a whole lot for the New York Mets back with the A's, and the A's just keep on winning.
Yeah, that'd be a fun team to be on right now.
Pujols swings and misses. It gets away from Maldonado, so free 90 feet for Trout and Walsh. And that'll get the Angels out of a traditional double play threat.
It is not too often that you get Albert Pujols to swing at a slider like that.
That's one pitch he's had a tough time with, is a slider so far this year, though, Blummer. He's chased quite a few of them early in the season.
2-2. You know, when you look at Albert on the all-time. Sorry, go ahead, Blummer.
No, I was just going to mention that's a sign of a veteran at bat right there by Albert Pujols, taking a wild swing at a slider and then backing off the next one because Javier trying to go back out there to get the chase.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Runners at second and third. 6-0 Houston. And Albert pops that one up behind the plate. Maldonado chasing and running out of room. New to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season is the YouTube Player of the Game, where fans watching on mobile devices and computers can vote for which player will receive a trophy during the postgame show. Stay tuned for the Player of the Game polling options coming up a little later on. I don't think it's a stretch to say Cristian Javier is an early leading candidate. Albert looking for a base hit that would get the Angels on the board here in the 4th. Full count now.
Amazing thing about Albert, he is so in tune on how they get a run home. And I know a lot of people talk about an RBI not being the tell-all statistic of all time, but Albert, with over 2,100 RBI, finds a way to get a run home no matter what the scenario.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Runners at second and third. 1 gone in the 4th. Javier sitting on 9 strikeouts. Pujols pops this one up. 2 gone. Nine strikeouts. Let's take a look at the location of these pitches, Gooby, on StatCast 3D powered by Google Cloud.
Well, he's got some strikeouts at the upper third, like we said, and he's got some nasty stuff, but also with that slider and curveball with great spin rate, lower part, but upper part of the strike zone, impossible to read. Even though it's not 98, it's 92, 94 with pretty good spin rate as well upstairs.
Jose Iglesias, one of the victims tonight. The only Angels that haven't struck out are Trout and Rojas. Iglesias takes a strike. This has been a game of deep counts. Alex Cobb struck out 4. Javier struck out 9. There have been 4 walks tonight. 2 hit batsmen. And it's 0-2.
Well, I'll tell you what, he gets some nasty spin rate. His average spin rate on the slider this year, 25-21. The Major League average, 24-26, so well above the Major League average on spin on his slider.
In the air out to right. Routine fly ball for Kyle Tucker to retire the side. Nothing comes of runners at second and third with one away. 4 impressive shutout innings for Cristian Javier.
Being able to celebrate, a birth of our child around his birthday, it definitely means a lot to all of us, and we're extremely excited.
Aaron Cox was Mike Trout's best friend and Jess Trout's younger brother. He was born in August of 1994. He died in August 2 years ago.
And the semicolon being a symbol of suicide prevention.
They started a suicide prevention campaign called Your Game Isn't Over Yet. The Trouts worked with Tiny Turnip on a powerful design that includes words of encouragement in the stitches of the baseball.
It's just something that's really special to us that we were able to do this in his honor and his name, and hopefully make a difference and help another family from having to go through the tragedy that we went through.
And there's one more thing the Trouts decided to do in Aaron's name. They gave it to Beckham. Beckham Aaron Trout.
Hey, each week this season on our broadcast, we'll focus on a YouTube content creator featured in our live game commentary section. Today, our creator spotlight shines on Matt Antonelli, a member of the Red Sox faithful. Matt's channel features baseball tips, drills, and instructions for players of all ages. Search Antonelli Baseball on YouTube for more. Remember Matt from his San Diego Padres days? Padres getting ready to start a big 4-game series in Los Angeles tonight. And here on YouTube, the Astros off to a commanding start tonight on top of the Angels 6-0. Back with Jeff Plum, Mark Gubazon, Brett Dolan, Matt Vasgersian. And Alex Claudio will continue. He'll face Yuli Gurriel, Kyle Tucker, and Aledmus Diaz in the Houston 4th. Blummer, I remember when A.J. Hinch was managing the Astros and talking to him about the kind of hitter that Yuli Gurriel is. Hinch used to discuss certain hitters for whom you give the additional layer of information, metrics, etc., and certain guys who you just give a little information to and then let them go rake. He put Gurriel squarely in that second category.
Yeah, it's actually a really good call, and what a lot of fans don't know is that Yuli Gurriel was a veteran playing in Cuba for years. So when he came into the major leagues with the Houston Astros, he was a little long in the tooth as far as knowledge and how to play the game and having a swing that developed in Cuba. And he came over here and he was a gap-to-gap type guy. He knew which pitches he could handle. So I think it's kind of a credit to A.J. Hinch putting trust in Yuli Gurriel to go out there and produce and let him be who he is, and it turned out to be a pretty good move.
Yeah, Kyle Tucker's just beating the shift. A little doinker up over the mound.
This has got to be a game that's driving Gooby nuts, being an ex-pitcher and just watching the Astros dink and doink and just continue to put runners on base because they haven't hit the ball all that hard in this game.
Yeah, the dugout and the clubhouse may be in jeopardy after I walked off the mound at some point tonight.
Alex Claudio being removed. Second pitching change tonight for the Angels, and we'll be right back.
Make fun of me with my ball glove. Heart is palpitating. Yes!
Robert is safe at third. Luis swipes third base.
Bit of a risk with 2 outs, but if they're going to give it to you, take it.
This bounce away, here he comes. 88's coming home, and the Sox have the first run of the 2021 season.
He lost his change.
He lost a little bit of gold while he was charging home down the third base line.
Yelich into right center, way back and off the glove of Kepler. Kepler was there on a wide shot, could not make the play.
Kepler just had it in and out of the glove.
Huge break, faltering defensively here in this 9th inning.
Bryce Harper had some shoes to display during introductions earlier today. That is great. I think Freddie was disappointed when he didn't come out and wear them.
They actually had spikes on the bottom.
They did. They did.
Junior Guerra is on in a pitching change, and before we get to him, a little bit of an opportunity to learn more about Kyle Tucker on our Chime Player Spotlight. Nicknamed Ted back in his rookie season because somebody said he swung it like Ted Williams. No big deal there, Blummer. No big comp, no big shoes to fill in, just Ted Williams.
I know, when he was coming up, we called him Teddy Tucker after Teddy Ball game, but he came with a pretty high prospect tag put on him. And if you remember, during the Jeff Luhnow era here in Houston, he was a highly coveted player by other teams, but they did not want to let him go, and he's finally getting his opportunity in the big leagues now.
He's aboard after the 1-out single, and he's running. Throw down to second, trickles through, and Tucker wisely decides to stay at second base. His first bag of the year. And it didn't take him long to run against the new Angel pitcher, right-hander Javi Guerra. Right-hander Junior Guerra, beg your pardon.
Yeah, big jump,
one of the
long
sneaky
throwing
tools
motions for Junior Guerra.
Yeah, I think to Gooby's point, they may have keyed on that. That's why he was going so early in this count, to make sure he got into scoring position for Diaz.
And Guerra's 1-0 pitch is in for a strike. Just the 5th stolen base for the Astros as a team this year. Guerra making his 6th appearance of the season. He has been effective in albeit limited duty. First runs of the season didn't come until his last outing, his only outing on the last homestand.
And that was control problems. Had some walks in there. His fastball's pretty good. He's 91 to 95. He's got a curveball, but he's got a great split finger fastball. He throws a lot.
Ball and 2 strikes to count to Aledmus Diaz. Throw the hands at it. On the ground. Iglesias to third, not in time. Rolling the dice there. Jose thought he had enough time to get the lead runner, but it wasn't the case, and everybody's safe. And not worth taking another look at.
There's not a lot of experience for Jose Rojas at third base as well. So a lot of times as a third baseman, if you have maybe Anthony Rendon, a veteran there, you're going to be closest to the bag. Iglesias anticipated, saw that guy Tucker trying to go, makes a quick throw, is able to slide in and get the inside part of the bag and avoid the tag. Now more pressure for the Astros.
Miles Straw had a big triple that drove in a run back in the 2nd. The first of 2 3-run innings against Alex Cobb tonight that eventually would drive him from the game in the bottom half of the 3rd. 0-1 the count to Miles Straw. Blummer, who was the fastest guy you ever played with?
Oh, man. I was on a ball club with Dave Roberts. He was pretty quick. We had a center fielder, Mike Cameron, who I thought could absolutely fly. Covered a lot of ground in center field. That's a great question. Michael Bourne.
Ooh, Michael Bourne, very fast. On the ground, hot shot for Rojas, recovers and gets Diaz at second. But scoring easily from third is Kyle Tucker, and it's 7-0 Houston.
Never easy to turn a double play with Miles Straw running, but that had at least a bit of a shot if Jose Rojas is able to get that cleanly and get it over to Fletcher, who's got tremendous as far as getting rid of the baseball on the transfer at second base.
So now Martin Maldonado, 2 RBIs for Miles Straw tonight. I think that would have been, in circling back to our earlier discussion on, Dusty Baker's lineup construction. We'll have to table this, as it looks like that pop is going to end the inning. Yeah, we'll talk about the Astros lineup as we continue, but Houston strikes for one more, courtesy of Miles Straw once again. End of 4, 7-0 Astros.
Gorgeous evening for baseball here at Minute Maid Park, the Astros opening day.
And it's 6-1 St. Louis.
Astros have lost 7 in a row.
Lowest scoring team in Major League Baseball.
15-30 is an ugly start, and that's a big hill to overcome.
Berkeley hits a high drive, home run. Astros win again. The Astros clinch the wild card.
This game tied 6-6 in the bottom of the 18th inning.
Lining it to left. It's gone. Holy Toledo. What a way to finish.
This ballpark is just ready to erupt. They're down a run, 1 away.
The pitch, hit in the air, deep to left. It's gone. The Astros lead 4-2. In the air, left field, and Pujols has given St. Louis the lead.
You know what? Every single guy in our ball club says this is the way it's supposed to be. That game is gone. Let's get on to the next game.
They're down to an out. Fly ball into right field.
And the Houston Astros are going to the World Series for the first time in franchise history.
Seven 7-0 Astros as we hit the top half of the 5th inning. Let's pay off our poll question from earlier. We asked which free agent shortstop is going to get the biggest deal this winter or whenever, and 40% of you say Corey Seager, and I kind of think that's true. Hey Blummer, fill us in on some of the conversation in Houston around the 6 for 120 that Carlos Correa said not even close to that the Astros offered recently.
Yeah, I don't think he appreciated that. And, if you actually break down some of the numbers, you can understand why he didn't appreciate that. I think he wanted to get a little bit closer to what Francisco Lindor was getting, his Puerto Rican friend. And he wants to believe that he can go out there and be one of the more dominant shortstops. I think the only knock, if you had one against Carlos Correa, was how often is he going to be on the field? He averages just over 100 games played per season since coming into the big leagues. And another thing you got to remember about Carlos Correa is if he's on the field, he's going to give you the best effort as far as defense and offense. But don't forget, his postseason numbers, as often as the Astros have been in the postseason, he's going up on some of those historic ladders and marking his name in some of those history books in the playoffs.
Jose Rojas leads things off in the Angels' 5th. Yeah, I think you hit on the big point there, because the brighter the lights, the bigger the stage, the better that guy gets. And it's kind of hard to quantify that, right? We're
we're a business that's made of regular season numbers. There's a base hit for Rojas, his second of the game. I do agree with you that the 6 years at $120 million for Correa, when you consider the money that other guys are making, most notably Lindor, and what Seager's going to get, what Story's going to get, that's not going to get it done. It ain't close. And if it means Carlos Correa has to pack his bags and go someplace else, it sounds like he's prepared to do that. The guy that I'd be concerned with is Javi Baez at this point, because he had a really uneven 2020, off to kind of an uneven start this year, and in a contract year, you hope that that's not in his head, because he is such an electrifying performer.
Oh, he's one of the best at his defensive position. You talk about a quick tag at second base and incredible power. But when I'm looking at those shortstop guys, Corey Seager's incredible. I mean, he hits the ball so hard to all fields. MVP of the World Series. I mean, he's only getting better. He's staying healthier. So Corey Seager there. And Trevor Story, one of the best base runners in the game. The shortstop with great power with Colorado.
A ball and a strike to count to Kurt Suzuki, who struck out, culminating a 13-pitch at-bat back in the third.
Now, we had a chance to see Trevor Story out there in Colorado just recently. I was surprised to see that he did not have a home run yet this far in the season. So kind of plays into that Javier Baez kind of mix where they're off to that slow start. But I would imagine that all of these guys are going to be grateful to have a 162-game season to be able to correct some of those things and put up big numbers to go get paid.
Good slider, swung on and missed once again. We've been saying that all night. Yeah, you know, the one guy whose timing was the poorest as far as that's concerned, and he had no way of controlling it, was Marcus Semien, right? His contract, he came due the year after COVID last year, and he got the 1-year $18 million deal to go to Toronto and play second base. He'll be back on the market again at the end of this season. Two and two.
And to your point, Mac, Marcus Semien, I saw him a number of times against the Angels. Really good power, fastballs in, turned into a really, really solid defensive shortstop, working a lot with Ron Washington when he was there with the A's, and he's a very good shortstop. He runs well with good power, so for me, he's still going to get paid a lot of money going into the offseason, even though there's some great shortstops to go along with him.
Yeah, I agree with you. Even though he's the oldest of the group, I think there's a multi-year deal out there, a big one for him as well. 2-2 to Suzuki, hit in the air out to left field and hit pretty well. Room and time, however, for Straw. And that's the first down of the inning. Lumber, you know, one of the early kind of pseudo criticisms on Cristian Javier was strikeouts and fly balls, right? Doesn't make him hit it on the ground as much as they'd like. Hasn't really mattered tonight because the fly balls have been warning track variety, and he's racked up a near double-digit strikeout total. So who cares if he's given up fly balls?
Yeah, you can definitely say that tonight. But he's done a good job with that fastball up. The slider has really been that one that we have been talking about all game long. It's created the swing and miss. You've seen a couple called for strikes. He's gotten Chase off the plate. It's just amazing to me to see that slider spin in the, not necessarily on the edges, but catch a little bit more of the plate than you would like to see, and he still gets the swing and miss. Or he gets him just yanked just foul, thankfully.
Well, among the 9 strikeouts tonight, he has twice victimized David Fletcher, who is one of the hardest players to strike out in all of baseball. One out, one on. Astros on top 7-0. That's bounced up the middle, backhanded by Diaz to Correa. They get the out at second base. A fine play up the middle.
Yeah, wide decision by Correa to get right to the bag as Diaz will be able to get the coverage. He's on the shortstop side of the bag, a quick flip, and gets Rojas just barely at second base. Outstanding defensive play. The Astros, one of the better defensive teams over the last number of seasons. Come up with a big play here to prevent any kind of a rally getting started here with a ground ball out. Javier loving that defense.
There's that ground ball that Matty wanted.
Is that his first ground ball out tonight? It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
And here's Ohtani now, who has flied to center and struck out. Shohei bounces it right to Gurriel. Nothing comes of the leadoff single. Cristian Javier, a career-high workload, and en route to a career-type night on top 7-0.
He just smokes it.
Forget about it. My goodness. Great baseball right there.
And that one's gonna go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is going to do it.
Oh, my.
Strike three. That was a great play. I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Office of the Commissioner and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent. Adding to this unique viewing experience, don't forget to check out YouTube's live game commentary featuring MLB, the Angels, the Astros, and a select group of YouTube creators. You can view the live game commentary on your computer, mobile device, or smart TV. We'll be keeping an eye on the discussion throughout the broadcast. Be clever. There's a chance we'll use your comments on the show. Mike Trout has come out of the ball game after being hit in the elbow a couple of innings ago. Tried to stick around. Scott Schebler has taken over in center field for him. And if we get word from the trainer's table, we'll certainly pass it along. We'll assume that Mike's been taken out of the ball game as a precaution in a 7-0 day. I think we all understand that. Carlos Correa leads things off in the Houston half of inning number 5. Top of the order, Correa, Brantley, and Bregman. The Angels have had to go to that alternate site travel taxi quite often already this year. Schebler had a really nice spring training with the Angels, and there were a lot of people that thought he had a puncher's chance to make the opening day squad right out of camp. And as it turns out, he was pressed into duty this week because of a flurry of injuries. Hey, look out. Three and one to Correa. Full count, 3-2 to Correa.
It's taken me a couple innings to notice this, but Carlos Correa has gone to a decided fashion statement at the plate. Sends a breaking ball into left for another base hit. Third of the game. He's aboard. Mike Trout's out of the game, but Mike Trout's mic picked up this before Mike exited the occasion.
I see you talking about the new map. Yeah. I haven't played it tonight. Yeah. Dude, I thought it was a slider, dude.
Oh, really?
Dude, I can't pick up the ball here, though.
His stuff looks like that, too. I faced him in live.
Yeah. Hey, if I didn't have a pad, bro.
Is he talking about if he had a pad? If he had a pad on his elbow?
I believe so.
Somebody order Mike a Trout a pad. It's a bouncing ball to the right
he's
side.
thinking if he didn't have the pad on that elbow.
Ah,
yeah.
got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what it was. Yeah. When you look at his numbers, he doesn't hit the ball real well here in this ballpark. And he's about a .218 career hitter in Minute Maid Park, so there is some validity to the fact that he doesn't see the ball real well, because everywhere else Trout has hit the ball well.
Well, your reaction when he was hit by that pitch, Gooby, was that you even said at the time it looked like Mike didn't think that the ball was going to come in on him like that, which again would back up the statement.
Yeah, like he was thinking slider, and was ready to track it out over the plate, and that got him pretty good. Without that pad on his elbow area, he would be in trouble on that one.
Here's Alex Bregman now. He's been on base in all 3 of his plate appearances tonight. 2 singles, and he was hit by a pitch in the second. And another base hit. Man, he and Correa are going nuts at the top of this order. Carlos is going to score, and the Astros are on the board again.
Astros doing a good job of just fighting off some of these pitches. Again, the exit velocity is not going to light up any radar gun, but the fact that they're getting these hits with runners in scoring position means everything to them right now.
Yeah, Blummer, I was just going to say the same thing. The exit velocity radar gun was not going to be real high here tonight, but you look up, you got 8 runs. That's all that matters.
Look at that. Alex Bregman has already matched his 3-hit total from all of last year. Now it's big Yordan Alvarez. Fire still hot, as they say. 1 out, 1 on, and 1 in. Hey, Blummer, I want to get back to what Mike Trout was talking about. Look, you played here for many years. You have broadcast here for many years. Why, for a visiting player, might it be harder than someplace else to pick up the ball?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the fact that I did play here. When I did play here, they had Towles Hill out in center field. They had that little bit of a ramp up of a hill in center field about 430 feet away, and the batting eye was a little bit bigger. But back in 2016-17, they altered that, took away the hill, brought in the batting eye, and they didn't really condense it, but it's just not as big as it was in the past. And they also added LED lighting. It really brightened things up in this ballpark, and early on, a lot of the home ball players, the Astros most notably, had issues picking up spin because the LED was so bright on that baseball, it was tough to pick up the seams.
Wow. When did the LED go in here?
I believe it was around 17, 18, 19 was when they were starting to make these adjustments, but the LEDs came in, and what's different about other ballparks here at Minute Maid Park is that they don't have that expansive outfield. The bleachers aren't exactly all that high, so the lights are a little bit closer to the field.
Alvarez sends one out to the scoreboard and left. It's handled by Upton for out number 2.
Plummer, do the batters feel like it's easier to see with the roof closed or with the roof open? Not that it's open a lot, but in the beginning of the year you have a chance of having it open.
Yeah, and here in Houston, if you have a chance to leave any roof open and get out of the Freon zone of our houses and dome stadiums, they take advantage of it. But if you ask the players, man for man, they want to play with that roof closed because they love the controlled environment.
Here's Gurriel now. A couple of walks for him, one coming with the bases loaded. I think as fans we like to kind of read all the scandal theories into the conditions. Right, for roof open, roof closed. We all bought into it in Arizona for many years when Schilling and Johnson were there, and Kurt Schilling always wanted the roof closed when he started, so everybody kind of jumped on that as a scandal theory. Gurriel sends a fly ball out to shallow right. Fletcher tracking it to retire the side. Not before one more can come home for the Astros. We played 5 complete. All Houston at Minute Maid tonight.
Lanier has to feel great about his ball club right now. And they can put a banner right up next to that 1980 Western Division Championship banner with a win this afternoon.
Ball 2 and strike 1 to Maldonado. And he popped him up. Nothing doing top half of the first inning here at the Astrodome. Here's that 2-2 pitch. And he got him. That's the third for Scott. Swing and a miss.
3 up and 3 down as we're in the middle of the 4th inning at the Astrodome. No balls and 2 strikes. Listen to the crowd. They're in on it now. They know what's going on. He got in. Strike 3. Mike Scott has struck out the side. What a game Mike Scott is throwing on clincher day.
That'll do it. No hitter going here for Mike Scott. Fly ball to left center field. And Scott still has the no-hitter going. He has it going through 8 innings.
Oh boy, what drama, Gene.
2 outs. Nobody on. Top of the ninth. Scott has not given up a hit. There it is.
New to the MLB Game of the Week for the 2021 season, the YouTube Player of the Game. Fans watching on mobile devices and computers can vote for which player will receive a trophy during the post-game show. Stay tuned for the Player of the Game polling options coming up a little bit later on. Yeah, I would suggest Carlos Correa. Let's see, who else would I suggest? Cristian Javier for sure. Michael Brantley's had a nice night. Bregman. A lot of options on a night that has been pretty much a Houston story tonight at Minute Maid Park. And the Astros go to the bullpen. A career-high pitch count and a career-high strikeout tally for the young 24-year-old starter Cristian Javier. He's gone after 5 in favor of Brian Abreu. Scott Schebler the first to face him. Schebler batting in Trout's spot in the order. Came on after Mike was hit in the elbow by a pitch back in the 4th. So Schebler, Walsh, and Upton for the Angels.
Hey, Matt, what about putting Dusty Baker in as player of the game for putting Carlos Correa at the leadoff spot for the first time in his career?
I like that idea. That's a great idea.
That is a great, yeah, it is.
Do we get to visit with the player of the game tonight? Because if we do, yeah, I'd vote for Dusty just because I love talking to the guy. Two balls and 2 strikes, the count to Scott Schebler, who we talked about earlier is having a really good spring training for the Angels. But when the decisions were made who to break camp with, Juan Lagares got a nod in the outfield because of his defensive prowess. And Schebler's worked it to a full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes.
Yeah, that was an issue last year defensively in the outfield. You bring in a Gold Glover, former Gold Glover with the New York Mets, and Juan Lagares. That's why he had a really solid spring swing the bat, but his defense was the difference maker.
It was also unfortunate news about Dexter Fowler too, Gooby.
Yeah, they expected him to be the switch hitter solid defender in the outfield, be the everyday guy. On occasion, give Juan Lagares, everyone a chance in the outfield to give a rest because he can play all three outfield positions so well.
Caught looking at a called strike 3. Brett Dolan has a little bit more on the former Red and Dodger Scott Scheffler.
Yeah, guys, he told the media that he's been playing basically without a shoulder for the last couple of years. The doctor went in and found out that there was probably a significant tear going back to 2017. It hurt to pick up the bat. I can't imagine how he played through that for a couple of years. It must have been a mess, but as an Iowa native, I can appreciate that toughness. There aren't many guys, by the way, that come out of DMAC, Des Moines Area Community College, to find their way to the major league, shoulder or not.
You corn-fed Iowa guys, man, you all find each other. And if he hurt his shoulder in 2017, that's the year he hit 30 big boys. I mean, he had a great year in Cincinnati that season. It's a chopper on the ground at first, and Abreu covers for out number 2. So 2 gone for the reliever Abreu, and he'll go to work on Justin Upton now. This has been all Astros kind of from the jump. 3 in the second, 3 more in the third, lone runs in the fourth and fifth. Cristian Javier was outstanding on the mound. And here's Upton now. This has not been a very kind place for the Angels in general. You know, we talked about it as it related to Mike Trout. And as much as the Angels finally won a season series from the Astros last year, it's something that hasn't happened very often. They entered play tonight having dropped 14 of their last 17 games in this ballpark. That dates back to 2018. A lot of that is that the Astros have been very good over that stretch. But this has not been a very kind place to the Angels when they come visit.
And I really think it comes down to the way they were able to have their pitchers. And they've had a great pitching staff over the years, running a lot of those four-seam fastballs upper part of the strike zone. And a lot of the Angels hitters use that lower third, and that's where they do the damage.
That's a lot of credit to pitching coach for the Astros, Brent Strom. He's kind of created a whole nother legacy with what he's been able to do with pitchers here at Minute Maid Park. But it started with him in the philosophy of throwing that four-seam fastball up in the zone. And what that did is it got some swing and miss, it got some pop-ups, but at the same time it opened up the bottom part of the zone for some of these high-spin breaking ball type guys that they've tried to get here in Houston.
Yeah, he's a good one, Plummer, and you have the pleasure of getting to tap his brain daily. He is not a guy that goes out there and digs himself and talks about his philosophy. He's a grinder, man, and he's made so many pitchers better coming to Houston that I think the results speak for themselves. He doesn't have to pump himself up.
And very true what you said about him being a grinder. He's been in the game a very long time and then moved here to Houston to become the pitching coach and really embraced the analytics and found a way to marry that with his eyes and his experience to make these guys that much better. I've heard him talk about, adjusting guys' sliders to a quarter of an inch of release and, extension through the zone and things like that. So he's really adapted to this current game and made his knowledge that much more valuable.
Oh, and 2 the count to Albert Pujols. And had it not been for Tommy John, as a story I know that Astros fans have heard many times, that UCL ligament replacement surgery would have been known as Brent Strom surgery because he was the second guy to have it after Tommy John did. Still 0-2
I just think it's kind of interesting. Bring up that point because we have talked about it a lot, and Brent Strom kind of makes fun of it also, knowing that he was the second one to get that Tommy John surgery. But he always says, imagine if they didn't call it TJ surgery and I was the first one to get it.
Yeah, that's a good point. It all worked out for a reason. Yeah. I'm going in for my BS surgery. Yeah, it doesn't it's not the same gravitas. I got my TJ. Yeah. San Diego guy. I'd imagine that Brent Strom was watching with interest when Joe Musgrove finally pitched the Padres' first ever no-hitter a couple of weeks ago in Arlington. The 1-2 to Pujols.
Yeah, Joe Musgrove has a connection coming up through the Astros organization, eventually being traded away, but it meant a lot to Astro fans to watch Joe Musgrove do that. But for you and I, Matty, having experience both being Padres in our career, I was in shock and just pure joy watching him do it for the franchise.
You bet. Such a great story for a local guy. Pujols to right field. That's got a chance if it stays fair, and that one's gone. Albert Pujols to the opposite field to get the Angels on the board in the 6th.
Boy, you look over the last number of seasons, how many home runs has Albert hit that way? 665 career home runs for Albert, 61 now in his career versus the Astros for the machine.
Yeah, this is not a foreign sight for fans here at Minute Maid Park. Pitch up and away, and he goes with it. I'm not too sure, boys.
Wait a minute. This one, yeah, Blummer, I'm with you. All boundary calls are reviewable. Oh boy, that's a foul ball.
Yeah, you can see the baseball and the white going by the yellow pole.
I think the only thing that might make this call stand is if they can determine that the ball actually touched the pole. To me, it looked like it missed it. We'll give you plenty of looks here at home on YouTube. I don't think you can tell if it hit the pole or not, guys. See Albert back there?
Can you see Albert in the background?
Yeah. He's saying it hit the pole. Call on the field was Homer.
Albert's still looking. Max Stassi knows this ballpark really well. He says, yeah, it hit it.
Max Stassi back there, yep.
Yep. He said, yeah, I know this ballpark really well.
Albert's saying,
tell you what, Matt, you've been involved in some interesting replay reviews throughout the course of the season already this year.
Yeah. Yes. This is true. Nothing will expose an overexposed play-by-play guy like controversial replay reviews, let me tell you. I just can't tell if it hit the pole or not, guys. I don't think anybody can tell based on this. And if the call on
that is really tough.
If the call on the field is Homer, like, how do you man, this is a tough one.
Yeah, and that's the biggest key, Matt, is the call on the field is what's being sent back to New York, and is there anything to overturn that?
Albert's saying, man, don't take, this would be my first opposite field homer in 2 years. Don't take it away. Yeah, it's going to stand.
You know it. Anthony Rendon, Houston native, said, yeah, that definitely hit the foul pole. I've been to this ballpark a lot.
Yeah.
If Albert Pujols hits a ball that's anywhere near an outfield fence in Minute Maid Park, somebody is going to definitely think it's a home run. That's for sure.
Climbing the all-time home run leaderboard. He's going to have to go crazy in the final year of his 10-year contract to catch Alex Rodriguez as he trails him by 31. somebody threw it back. Hey, I think Albert might want that.
He's still saying it deflected off the foul pole.
0-1 the count to Jose
Still
Iglesias.
trying to sell it.
Yeah. All right, we're going to give you some video tricks here to see if anybody can tell if it hit the pole or not. Maybe it did, man. I don't know. I just can't tell. Let's take a look at it again.
Sure looked like it did.
Yeah, I mean, we can't get too much tighter on it. And quite frankly, it doesn't matter what we think because the call stands.
By the way, did that baseball deflect off the foul pole and deflected off a fan's hand into another fan's hand as well? So that baseball had all kinds of stuff deflection-wise.
That thing is greased.
Still 0-2 to Jose Iglesias. And that's wrapped out to shortstop. Correa's got it. Throw just barely gets him, but the Angels do get on the board. Third of the season for Albert, and his first to the opposite field in 2 years. It's 8-2 Houston.
A chance for the first 1-2-3 inning of the night for young Chase Wright if he can get Manny Ramirez here in the third.
That one is hit well. That one is on its way. And goodbye. Over everything. Onto the streets of Boston.
In well to deep right center field. Going back at Bray near the Red Sox bullpen. That one's gone. Back-to-back home runs. Ramirez and Drew. And the Sox are back within 3-2.
Swung on. There goes the deep left. That one's headed for New Hampshire. What a shot! And they're playing home run derby early this year at Fenway Park. 3 booming home runs in a row. That ball is hit. Cabrera won't even turn around. Number 4 in a row. 4 consecutive home runs. This one by Jason Varitek. We're talking record-setting territory now. The first time in Red Sox history. 4 home runs in a row.
Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and much more. So we've had these poll questions all night. They've been a lot of fun. Here's my favorite, by the way. Who would make the best road trip companion from L.A. to Houston? Joe Madden? Nolan Ryan? Dusty Baker? Or Torrey Hunter? We just put Torrey in there. Connections to both sides, of course.
That's a great question.
No wrong answer there. 8-2 Houston as Junior Guerra continues. So get Kyle Tucker, Aledmus Diaz, and Miles Straw back with Mark Gubicza in Anaheim. And from Houston, Brett Dolan and Jeff Blum, Matt Vasgersian here at MLB Network. And we're all coming to you tonight on YouTube on this exclusive MLB telecast. 1-1 the count to Tucker, who has singled, scored, and stolen a base tonight.
By the way, Joe Madden has this thing called an RV called the Cousin Eddie, so that might be a pretty fun little road trip to go in his RV from Houston to LA.
A ball and 2 strikes.
I think what Gooby is saying is that we could all jump in there with Joe Madden and have a great trip.
What
he likes the music.
We all get in Joe's van, and Dusty's riding shotgun. We get in the back and we just listen to their stories. Sprayed out to the left side of the infield, and there's one gone to start the 6th. You know, we asked both of the managers the same question that we asked Dylan Bundy when we visited with him earlier. What the last thing that they watched on YouTube as far as an instructional video would go is how many times a day do you find yourself trying to do something, unable to do said task, and having to YouTube it. And for Joe Madden, it was how to hit my driver. And Dusty's was much more interesting, I thought. How to plant and grow Texas onions in California.
That is everything you need to know about Dusty right there. Renaissance man.
2 balls and no strikes to count to Aledmus Diaz. I mean, think about the baseball that guy has been witness to in his career. The career itself, what he had to endure in the minors, being in the Marine Corps during his playing career. This is a base hit. Diaz has done that a couple times tonight. And that's his 3rd of the evening.
There were 4 Angels surrounding that baseball, and not one of them could get to it. That is how it's going for the Astros tonight.
Yeah, Joe Madden was talking a lot about his golf game. I'll tell you what, the Astros have brought out the sand wedge really well tonight. Worked it, fluffed it in there. Phil Mickelson would be happy with this action on the sand wedge today.
I mean, they're bringing back the old school balata ball for this game.
Yeah, this is not one of those nights where the collective exit velocity of the Astros is going to impress you, but they do lead by 6 in the bottom of the 6th inning, and now it's Miles Straw who's had a nice night. Drove in a run with a triple in the 2nd and drove in another on a fielder's choice play in the 4th.
Boy, today was like a YouTube, instructional video from David Fletcher on how to get base hits without exit velocity for the Astros.
Yeah. Right, just when you think you need to square up a ball and barrel it, if we may borrow the StatCast term, to do damage, tonight is proof of the contrary. The Astros' biggest hit and run total since the first week of the season. And it comes at a time when it is most needed. Just to revisit what we talked about earlier tonight, Blummer, having lost 9 of 10, really rough road trip through Seattle and Denver, and home cooking is tasting really good tonight.
Yeah, I completely whiffed on the idea of them having to score runs with the home run ball, but it's been the hitting with runners in scoring position that's done them very well tonight, going 4 for 10 in this game so far. And even going 4 for 10, they've left 9 runners on.
Two balls and 2 strikes to count to Miles Straw. On the ground to shortstop. No way you're going to turn 2 with that guy's speed. And Fletcher knew it, didn't even bother with a turn. So Straw's aboard with 2 gone. We were talking about Martin Maldonado's contract extension a little bit earlier. And after a quick pitching change, we're going to revisit that topic. I think Joe has already made the move because Ben Rowan was up, and it looks like Ben Rowan is on his way into the game. A pitching change with a man on and 2 away in the last of the 6th.
We'll be right back.
Not a lot of 20-year-olds not only perform well, but perform well in every aspect of the game that quickly. I don't think anybody, including Trout, thought he'd have the kind of year that he had in 2012.
It was a season with almost too many Mike Trout highlights to count. But there was one signature moment that came to define his gifts more famously than any other.
This looks into center field and deep. Back out it is Trout. Back it goes. It is caught. Oh, what a catch by Mike Trout. Takes a home run away. What a play by the 20-year-old in center field, and you bet he's smiling.
That was an unbelievable play. That catch that he made in Baltimore, I almost passed out because of the adrenaline that was in me, just watching him jump up and reach over that wall.
Mike Trout with another spectacular grab.
It was one of the greatest catches I've seen with my eyes. I've made some, and people say, "Oh, Torrey, that was an awesome catch," but I didn't see it. You know, and just watching it, it was the greatest vision I've ever had.
All season long, Major League Baseball will honor frontline and essential workers who continue to lift up their fellow citizens during the pandemic. Thank you, frontline heroes. COVID-19 vaccinations are safe and effective. Join the team and get the vaccine to help us all get back to doing what we love together. Visit MLB.com/COVID-19 resources for more information. Two-out pitching change with a man on in an 8-2 Astros lead as Joe Madden has opted for right-hander Ben Rowan.
Yeah, expect a slider from Ben Rowan. He throws about 75% of his pitches slider, also throw a little two-seam sinking fastball.
Martin Maldonado, the batter, as the Angels shade the left side of the diamond. Maldonado has doubled and scored tonight. And Rowan, as so many relievers do, start with a check-in at first base. Ben made his Angels debut April 14th in Kansas City. That was his first big league appearance since 2016. He has been a great story of stick-to-itiveness. And the sidewinder is in for a strike. Ben didn't get into any game action during the recent homestand. A lot of that coming because part of it was canceled, that series with the Twins. And it's 0-1 to Martin Maldonado. No stolen base credited there as Miles Straw just advanced on defensive indifference. I say give him the bag. I don't believe in defensive indifference.
Yeah, it's only a 6-run game in the 6th inning. I think that's a stolen base.
Yeah, that's how I would score it. A ball and a strike to count to Martin Maldonado. Wow, Rowan gets a call below the strike zone. And Maldonado sends a fly ball the other way to right. Jared Walsh has it. A couple of Angels combine on a scoreless bottom of the 6th. Getting to the back third. It's taken a while. And it's 8-2 Houston.
That deserves a wow. That's over to 390 sign in left center.
Oh, that first pitch crushing. Oh, man. Lean into it.
Here's a guy that throws the ball 101 on one half of the inning, and the next one hits the first pitch 450 feet.
Man, I mean, that ball was crushed. Wow. That was ridiculous. And Trout gets a hold of one into the corner in left, and he got it! Homers in 10 straight. 2-run shot for Trout.
Matty, I'm going with you to Vegas at some point. Great call on that one. Just kind of thinking, okay, let's get that home run streak going.
I mean, everything going the Halos' way tonight.
Google Cloud is helping to power StatCast with massive amounts of data points to reveal new insights, taking you deeper into the game than ever before. Google Cloud is the official cloud technology of Major League Baseball. And with the help of StatCast, powered by Google Cloud, let's take a look at the Albert Pujols homer. Albeit a little controversial, slid past the fair pole. It was a call that was reviewed and upheld. Albert was thrilled.
Yeah, 665th of his career. And one will probably go, you know what? I'll take it. Little foul pole scraper.
Carrying on like a guy who hadn't hit one before, right? Giddy, like a 19-year-old rookie. There's Jose Rojas leading things off for the Angels. It's really the lone bright spot for the Angels on this series opener because the home side has really dominated from the opening bell. 3 in the second, 3 in the third, lone runs in the fourth and fifth. Cristian Javier was outstanding. And it's up to Brian Abreu and company here to hold the 6-run lead. 3 balls and no strikes to Jose Rojas.
Just a great story. Grew up in the Anaheim area, Angel fan, 36th round draft pick. 1 hit coming into the game, 2 hits tonight.
Yeah, you know, if you expand that narrative a little bit, Gooby, and talk about hits for a hometown kid. And of course, born in Anaheim, high school in Anaheim for Jose. And you start digging through the Major League record books, wondering who's the guy that had the most hits for his hometown team. It just happens to be the guy with the most hits.
Pete in Cincinnati.
Yeah, Pete in Cincinnati. Strikeout for Abreu, his first of the inning, of course. But yeah, all 3,358 for Pete count because he went to Western Hills High School in Cincinnati. Nope, I don't think anybody's ever going to catch that. Next up would be Cal Ripken. If you want to count Aberdeen High School in Aberdeen, Maryland, which is about 40 minutes away from Camden Yards. Granted, it's not the city proper. Here's Kurt Suzuki now. Ball and no strikes, the count to Suzuki, who's 0 for 2 tonight. Hey, yeah, got him. Oh, man. How many hit batsmen tonight? Is that 3 or 4? Trout in the elbow, now Suzuki in the elbow. Bregman got hit in the elbow. Doggone it.
They're getting squared up running the point of that elbow too. It's not exactly an ideal situation, but that was a little bit of a slider that never broke and ended up just spiraling itself into the elbow of Kurt Suzuki. Not too sure those pads are working.
I know. Did everything right as far as turning the body, turning the head, but that elbow gets hit right on that pad, just like Trout.
Reminds us that we do get word on Mike Trout's status, and the Angels are calling it a left elbow contusion. And as painful as that word may be, it's certainly better than the alternative. And Suzuki's aboard. Hey, why is it, as we say hello to our worldwide YouTube audience once again tonight, why is it that pads are, I get it, like plastics technology has improved dramatically, but when, you know, Craig Biggio and Barry Bonds were up there padded up, the stuff looked like it gave you a little bit more of a chance. This stuff's very thin. I go back to the old school thing is what I'm saying.
It did affect Barry Bonds at all. I know that the way he got through the ball.
Yeah, Barry hanging that thing out over the plate allowed him to get to a lot of pitches. You're right, but between Biggio and Bagwell, I know Big. I played with him here in Houston, and you could take that elbow guard off of his elbow and put it on somebody's shin guard. He could go back behind the plate and catch with it. That thing was healthy.
We've got a visit to the mound. It looks like Brent Strom's coming out to chat with Abreu. A quick chat it was, and now David Fletcher digs in. I've often wondered why guys don't go back to that. And then again, I'm the kind of guy that stays up at night wondering why the old bubble chest protector that umpires used to use isn't back in vogue. Because I love the fact that it allowed them to get right up there close and personal with the strike zone.
By the way, guys, I hate to be able to go out and reference this again, but I still have the whole all-time record for Kansas City Royals as far as hit batters, which so a lot of times the baseball just gets away from you.
Do you really? You still got the record?
Yeah, walks, wild pitches, and hit batters. All those really good things you want to be at the top of the list with.
Also known as black ink, right? When you lead something, you lead in a category, you get a lot of black ink. All you need to do is tell people, check my baseball reference page. There's a ton of black ink there, brah. Counts a ball and 2 strikes. One out, one on here, top of the 7th inning. Astros up by 6, 2 balls and 2 strikes now to David Fletcher.
And by the way, every one of those I was just trying to establish the ball inside. That's all I was ever trying to do.
Of course.
Yes.
The teeth of the Angels lineup really not making an impact tonight. Mike Trout has been removed from the game after walking and being hit by a pitch. Fletcher swats that one past a diving Bregman into left. Well, exactly the scenario Joe Madden wanted, to have runners aboard for Shohei Ohtani, who is off to a striking start. StatCast powered by Google Cloud. Some of the interesting numbers. Top percentile in average exit velo as a hitter. His average 4-seam fastball velocity, 5th best out of over 100 players. And perhaps the most underreported aspect of his game, Gooby, he is fast.
Incredibly fast. Like Devon White type fast.
Looks like we're going to have a chance to talk more about him after a change, because to the bullpen Dusty Baker goes for Brooks Raley, and we'll be right back.
He just smokes it.
Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Great baseball right there.
And that one's going to go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is going to do it. Oh, my.
Strike 3. That was a great play.
I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
this is what they came for.
Big opportunity for Shohei Ohtani, who is enjoying full health in 2021. Had it not been for the injuries, no telling what he would have accomplished already. The UCL injury came up in 2018. Tommy John, the left knee was a problem on both sides of the scorecard. Surgery to correct that. Forearm strain last August shut him down on the mound. But Ohtani is over all that, Mark Gubicza, and you are seeing him at the peak of his powers this year.
What he's thrown on the mound, he cuts 101 miles per hour, exit velocity on a home run, 115.5, but his speed running down the bases is something that is truly remarkable.
0-1 the count to Ohtani.
And even going back to when he found out he had to have Tommy John surgery, talked to the doctor and said, you're going to have a Tommy John surgery. That night, he went out and hit 2 home runs at the plate in Texas. It was incredible to see somebody to have that kind of focus to hit home runs after knowing you're going to have Tommy John surgery.
And Ohtani behind 0-2. It is Brooks Raley in from the bullpen for the Astros. The lone left-hander in the bunch. Kind of inflated numbers. Again, short sample size. Fewer than 7 innings. Slider misses, and it's a ball and 2 strikes.
Yeah, it's been those last couple of outings for Brooks Raley that have gotten to him. Giving up 3 earned runs in his last 2 outings. He's heavy on that cut fastball, pitched in the KBO a couple of years ago as a starter, and the Astros brought him here and told him to get on that cut fastball, and it's been effective for him when he's been able to get on that outside edge.
Trying to shoot that outside edge there. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes to Ohtani.
And you know what's been a lot of fun watching Ohtani is that we actually, when we used to be able to get on the field, he is a large human. I mean, he is every bit of 6'4". He's got the build, but when he takes off and runs like Gooby's talking about at 29 feet per second, he makes it look easy, effortless.
Jam shot off the fists as it squibs out to Correa. He wins the race to the bag, and that's the 2nd out of the inning. Ohtani homered yesterday for the 5th time, one of the 4 solo shots by the Angels. And Gooby, what was more impressive than this was the pace around the bases. This was a home run trot. Look at him.
Yeah, I was watching the game. I'm looking down. I'm like, he's sprinting like Adam Rosales did when he's going for a home run. He's like, all right, I want to get down there as quick as possible. I was laughing so hard how quick he got around the bases.
He doesn't want to suppress those StatCast numbers.
Here's Scott Schebler now, struck out in his first try in the 6th inning. Wait a minute, now I'm thinking you're serious, Plummer. StatCast numbers don't take into account home run trot, do they? I don't think they do.
I'm not sure. I hope not. Here we go.
That's elite, man. Again, it's your point. It doesn't look like it because he's a big man.
Yeah, he got down the line right there at 29.6 feet per second.
Two and one to
Schebler. I can think of Bo Jackson on his first major league hit. He had a ground ball to second base going down the line. So that was the guy that I would think is the fastest human being I've ever seen in person. I saw him on the football field, but on the baseball field, he could flat out fly, Bo.
And if anybody wants to know, when we used to travel to Anaheim, some of the questions I'd ask Javier would be about Bo Jackson and his abilities.
On a hop, perfectly placed for Correa to extinguish the threat. Stretching in Houston in an 8-2 Astros lead.
This ball hit hard again. Michael Brantley, home run for the third straight opening day. Every year as an Astro, Michael Brantley has hit a home run.
Uncle Mike.
What other teams are saying Uncle on opening day?
They're saying Mike, Uncle.
Alex Bregman on a 2-2 pitch. Drives one deep to left field. That ball's gone. Back-to-back jacks. Brantley and Bregman. And the Astros now lead 5-1.
Back-to-back bangers.
Jordan sends one in the air to center field. Well hit, going all the way back to the wall. That ball is gone. The big man, Jordan Alvarez, hits one to left center field, a 3-run shot, and the Astros take a 5-1 lead.
There we go. We got liftoff. That is not an easy pitch to get, and that's out on the outside corner, and Jordan stays on it, steps on it, and drives it.
Check out the Astros YouTube page for insider content, including behind-the-scenes takes from your favorite Astros players, coaches, dry humor with Steve Sparks, and more. Visit youtube.com/Astros to subscribe to the channel today. Here are the results from the poll, guys. I'm curious to see how this shook out. Joe Madden finished second to Nolan Ryan, of course.
Wow.
I didn't want to influence the vote, but Dusty was my guy. I want to get in a car with Dusty and just have him talk. That's it.
By the way, if you wanted to laugh forever, Torrey Hunter, by the time you got to L.A. from Houston, your ribs would be killing you. The stories and the way he makes you laugh, though.
Blummer, is Nolan?
Yeah, Nolan Ryan would be a good one.
Is he around a lot these days?
He was. You know, his son, Reed Ryan, used to be the president of the Astros. He has since moved on. But when Reed was around, Nolan was around a lot more also. And they've actually honored Nolan Ryan a couple of times here in Houston with the Houston Sports Award, inducting him, Dan Pastorini, and some other legends here in Houston into a Hall of Fame locally. But Nolan Ryan is one of the greatest conversations you could ever ask for. We've had him in the booth a couple of times telling stories about those 1980s Astro teams that were competing in the National League West. And just hearing that Southern drawl talk about baseball, there's nothing more pure than that.
Oh, yeah. I would love to be a party to that for sure. Two balls and a strike to count to Carlos
talking
Correa.
About, sorry, Matt. And Nolan Ryan talking about guys not being able to get 3 times through a batting order. Nolan Ryan, notorious for going deep into ball games, had a tough time understanding how hard it was for guys nowadays to get that 3rd time through the lineup.
Two balls and 2 strikes to count to Correa. Top of the order here for the Astros in their half of the 7th. Carlos sends a ball the other way out to right. Walsh at the track, 1 gone. Well, you know, Gooby, I'm curious. We haven't talked about this at length, and I'm curious about, you know, as somebody who came up in a different era of pitching and pitching pedagogy, you guys were taught how to do it differently. Do you think that guys today want to post up and go longer, and it's front offices that have held them back and changed the training, or is it vice versa?
I think the players and pitchers still want to do that. I had a conversation with Garrett Cole a couple of years ago about that whole 3rd time through stuff, and he said once I got through the 1st time through the lineup, I was in cruise control. I didn't care what they knew I was throwing as we went forward. I was going to be effective And every guy on the Dylan Bundy, if you ever get anybody up when he's in the 6th or 7th inning, you better be ready to run away from him as far as the pitching coach and the manager. They want to still be out there. I know the numbers, you know, it will tell you third time through, batting average goes up, but they kind of average that out with the 5th starter as compared to the 1st starter and 2nd starter of rotation, where you get better as the game progresses, in my opinion.
Ball and 2 strikes to Michael Brantley. Well, of all of Nolan Ryan's records that will never be broken, here's one that I would offer is just ironclad for the rest of time. 222 complete games. I mean, by the way, that's not the record, but that's Nolan's number. Nobody's, come on, 2 complete games in a career seems like a pipe dream now.
That's incredible.
Two and two.
By the way, going back to travel with Nolan Ryan across the country, can you imagine if he wasn't happy with you? He would Robin Ventura you at some point. I'd say, no, I don't want Nolan in there, just in case he got mad at me.
Still 2 and 2 to Brantley.
Yeah, I would hate to be, you know, leaving from Houston, get to El Paso, and all of a sudden we turn around and see Gooby in a headlock. I'd be like, Gooby, you're on your own, man.
Oh, Blummer, I thought you were my wingman. You were going to leave me go, huh?
Hey, man, I've seen that dude do some damage. I'm not sure I want part of that.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Michael Brantley. You mentioned bus trips to El Paso. I just had a Texas League flashback working in the Texas League. Brantley has a base hit. As we mentioned, you know, there was no wrong answer in that poll question. Who do you want to take a road trip with? Brett, you've been around Dusty for a while now. Give me some of your best Dusty stuff.
Well, guys, I don't know if people wanted to travel with Dusty on that road trip, but if you need somebody on that wall, Dusty's your guy. How about him telling us today that 5 or 6 years during his career, he had to step away for 2 weeks in season to do his Marines duty. Camp Lejeune, Quantico, Pendleton. And there were no rehab assignments back then. So he had to come back after a couple of weeks of not picking up a baseball, and he had to try and be effective. So whenever it is Jose Altuve comes back, whether he works out by himself, he can't do anything, his advice that he's going to get from Dusty is, hey, just pretend like you never left. That's what Ralph Garr told him after 3 or 4 seasons of really struggling to come back after spending 2 weeks every year with the Marines in season.
Yeah, that time with the Marine Corps Reserve is something that Dusty looks back on with a lot of pride. And you make a great point, Brett. I mean, he's balancing both, trying to establish his major league career at that time. 2 balls and a strike to count to Alex Bregman. You know, the connections to Dusty Baker and Joe Madden, as we take a look at both of them on the oldest active manager board. 2 very notable games in each of their careers, managing head-to-head. Of course, the 2002 World Series, which was Dusty's last game as Giants manager. And then Dusty's last game as Nationals manager in 2017 when Joe Madden's Cubs beat them in the division series. Three balls and a strike now, the count to Alex Bregman. Bregman, a candidate for our YouTube player of the game tonight. 3 RBIs for him on a 3-for-3 night at the plate. And Rowan pours in a strike, full count now.
Yeah, on base all 4 times, hit by a pitch as well, go along with those 3 singles. So a Mike Trout-like game as far as on base percentage for Alex Bregman.
Got him. And the throw down to second base is not in time. They sent Brantley. Scored it as a stolen bag for Michael, his first of the year, as the Astros put the play on there. And it looks like everybody's coming off the field. Did they call Michael out? Let's take a look at what happened here. I didn't see Brantley end his contact with the bag.
I'm not entirely sure what happened right there.
The players are off the field, and we'll try to sort things out. They scored that, a strike him out, throw him out, double play. What in the wide, wide world of sports is going on here?
When you show up to empty stands, last year was not the same.
Part of my rehab and my motivation to really get back to this team was being able to hear those fans and be able to experience Minute Maid packed to the roof one more time.
The noise, the atmosphere, it's unmatched. We come every day and they support us. They're out there screaming. It just makes us want to play better as a team.
I think we have the best fans in baseball. The main reason why we play because of them.
This is one of the most community-minded teams that I've ever been on. And these guys are very aware that they are part of the community. I had a long conversation with a lot of the guys that donated water, and I had a real long conversation with Bregman that always steps up. You got Altuve and you got Correa, and all these guys always step up for the community. I thought that was pretty cool.
So apparently that was scored as a strike him out, throw him out double play. We're going to show you some replays to figure out what was going on there. Jared Walsh is the first to bat for the Angels in the 8th. Great catch by Miles Straw.
Tell you what, Miles Straw out in center field had some issues out there in Colorado. But here we go back to that strikeout and throw down to second base. Brantley was safe, but the home plate umpire, Ron Culpa, was all over it as Alex Bregman leaned out over home plate and got right in the way of Kurt Suzuki. And that was the interference call right there to get the double play to end the game. End the inning, sorry.
You don't have to have contact with the batter as a catcher. All it has to be is impede the throw to second base, and that was called. Sometimes they can put you back at first base, but on that one, call him out at second.
We need to re-rack the videotape to sort that out. And we're going to go back to a commercial, or something like a commercial, with one out here in the 8th. We'll be right back.
Welcome to Angels Baseball. Tonight, join David Fletcher as he guides you through this relaxing baseball meditation. Be sure you are in a comfortable position. Take a deep breath. And now, David Fletcher. Angels Baseball. Mike Trout home run. Helmet nachos. Andrew Heaney strikeout. the rally monkey. Albert Pujols milestone. The Big A. Anthony Rendon defensive highlight. Lighting up the halo. David Fletcher. David Fletcher. This has been an Angels Baseball meditation.
Don't miss a minute of exciting Angels action. Head to the Angels YouTube page to catch big moments, interviews from players and alumni, and more. Visit youtube.com/Angels and subscribe to the channel today. That dude in the throwback jersey looked like Fred Lynn. There's Justin Upton, the first to face the new pitcher, right-hander Joe Smith, on from the Astros bullpen, trying to protect a 6-run lead with one away and the bases empty in the 8th.
Joe Smith could use a clean outing right here. It's been rough. The last 3 2/3 innings, he's given up 8 earned runs. That 3/4 arm delivery from the veteran gives you a fastball about 86 miles an hour with some sink in underneath the hands of right-handed hitters, and then a slider that sweeps across.
2 balls and a strike to Upton, who's 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. Seen a lot of funky arm angles tonight, Gooby, starting with Alex Claudio out of the bullpen, Ben Rowan, and now Joe Smith.
Everyone's taking a page out of what's been successful for the Tampa Bay Rays. Different arm angles out of your bullpen, different looks, makes it more difficult for hitters to time it as they go longer in the game.
Two to Upton. There's a shot into left, a base hit. So now Albert Pujols. I'm not sure if those boos are from the 2-run shot off the foul pole the other way or the shot off Lidge in 05.
Could be a combo deal.
He literally gets booed every at bat. He's at Minute Maid Park. Every at bat I've seen now. 10 years with the Angels, he's get booed every single time.
A ball and no strikes to Pujols. Continuing his ascent, Brett, up the all-time leaderboards.
Well, he certainly is. 665 home runs. But I want to take you back, Matt, to a couple of years ago, September 2019, right before an Angels-Astros game. Mark Langston had a health scare in the Angels radio booth, had to be taken to the hospital. Of course, his family wasn't with him. So after the game, some Angels personnel showed up, and Langston looked up from his hotel room. Pujols came in, wanted to pray with him, pray for him. Langston told me this week it was just what he needed at that time. We know the impact he's had on the field. The great ones always have an impact as well off the field, don't they?
It's a great story. 3 balls and a strike. Happy to report that Mark Langston is fit and doing great these days.
Well, I remember going to the hospital that night. When we walked in there after the game and saw Albert in there, we were just shocked, and we had a huge smile on our face to see that Albert made that effort to go all the way to the hospital to see Mark Langston.
Full count to Pujols now, 3-2. So much of his largesse and his humanitarian work has gone below the radar, if not completely unreported. And that human touch, just a small example of why Albert is so beloved. Full count to him, 3-2. Smith strikes him out on a pass that Albert would love to have back.
Boy, Joe Smith played a number of years, successful years with the Angels. Really, really good friends with Albert Pujols and Mike Trout. Always had the long conversation, goes to visit each other when they're in town. But Albert's not going to want to visit him after that fastball there down and in, because if he made contact, that was going to be off his back leg.
Here's Iglesias. That's going to be a problem for the Astros, and Jose's going to leg that out as an infield single.
That's so good.
Doesn't feel great about it, but yeah, there's a relationship there as well. And now it's Rojas. Jose's had a nice night tonight. Ledmus Diaz is out in short right in the beer league rover position. Ball and no strikes to count to Rojas.
Boy, the average exit velocity for a major league hit is about, what, 88.3 miles per hour? I'm guessing there's 20 hits today. There's got to be about 17 of them well below that.
Yeah, the radar gun is going to be intact by the end of this game. It will be fine. There have only been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 balls hit over 98 miles an hour.
That last hit by
there have been
Iglesias was a 60-mile-an-hour 12-foot rocket up the third baseline. A ball
that's
and
a
2
physics
strikes.
class in itself right there.
2-2. Joe Madden has said as recently as this spring training that what we can't explain with math, we mistakenly attribute to luck. Joe Smith in and out of trouble in the 8th. To the bottom of the inning, all Astros in Houston tonight.
Hi, I'm Robin, and I'm a local Houston artist, and we're here at Minute Maid Park painting a mural in center field.
Hi, my name is Ethan Brannon.
I'm Rati Hickman.
My name is Naib, and I'm a student from the Art Institute of Houston, and I'm here at Minute Maid Park working on a mural project. This is honestly an amazing opportunity for me. I get to work with people that do graphic design or people that do murals and painting, and now I'm kind of getting an idea of how to have an idea and put it in physical form.
The concept is orbit sliding into home plate, basically just saying welcome home, welcome back to the stadium, welcome back fans, welcome back players, just to really unify everyone.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week, live on YouTube, presented by Chime, with Mark Gubicza at Angel Stadium, Jeff Blum and Brett Dolan at Minute Maid Park, Matt Vasgersian, and the Astros, after the strong start by Cristian Javier, a couple of 3-run innings, have never been challenged tonight. In fact, we have the finalists for our Player of the Game vote: Alex Bregman, Carlos Correa, or Cristian Javier. You can vote now. Voting remains open until the final out of the game. We'll announce the Player of the Game on our post-game coverage tonight, right after play-by-play. Yordan Alvarez has singled and walked. Who do you got, Gooby?
I'm going with Javier. He was so good. He set the tone for him tonight. If it wasn't him, I would still go with my write-in vote of Dusty Baker, but I'm going to stay with Javier with the way he threw tonight.
Okay, fair enough. Blummer, do you want to try to influence the voting? Who do you got?
I wish I could. I'm obviously a hitter in my past, but I loved what Javier did going out there, getting a career high in strikeouts with 9. And I agree with Gooby. He set the tone early because it was a rough road trip, and they needed to snap that funk they were in, and he brought it tonight.
One ball and one strike to count to Yordan Alvarez. High fly ball into center. And there's one gone. There's Yuli Gurriel. You know, I started down this road earlier, and I think game action prevented me from finishing the thought, but we just saw that shot of Carlos Correa enjoying a natural potassium break in the dugout. And he's rocking the sleeve roll-up thing, the cutoff kind of, if we can see it there, he's like rolling up the bottom of the sleeve and he's cuffing it, right? A little bit of the gun show going on. Appropriate playing the Angels, kind of tipping your cap unwittingly to the great Brian Downing, who mastered the cutoff sleeve to show off the guns. Nobody did it better.
Superman.
Was that his real nickname?
Yeah, well, as strong as he was, yeah. He was he stood right on the plate, dared you to try to get him out inside, and as all pitchers remember, if you're in some hitter's book, I'm in his book too. Brian Downing got me one time, so yeah, I remember that well.
Brian Downing was jacked before guys were jacked.
Those are some good ball clubs that you're talking about, and I grew up in Southern California watching a lot of those California Angel teams. Brian Downing actually came out and threw the first pitch at our Little League when I was a kid.
Oh, that's cool. Walsh making the catch on that fly ball. 2 gone.
Well, you remember that one highlight play out in left center field where it was Fred Lynn and Brian Downing going for the ball, going towards the wall? Isn't that lucky that Fred Lynn was able to avoid major contact with Downing? That would have been a real big issue for Fred going forward.
That was a violent collision out there.
There's Kyle Tucker now with 2 gone. Yeah, there's that famous catch Freddie Lynn made during his Rookie of the Year run in '75 where he collided with the outfield fence at Fenway. I think he would have come out in worse shape had he collided with Brian Downing than with an actual fence. A ball and a strike to count to Tucker.
Hey.
Ryan Presley up in the bullpen, unscored upon to start the year. Little excuse me check swing. He went around on the appeal. The ball and 2 strikes. Certainly not a save situation here for the Astros, but Presley hasn't been in a game since Saturday. And an opportunity for Dusty to get him some work at the start of this series. 3 more between these 2 teams here in Houston. Zach Greinke and Andrew Heaney tomorrow. Jake Odorizzi, Griffin Canning on Saturday. And then Lance McCullers, Astros fans hope, will take the ball Sunday to wrap things up against Dylan Bundy for the Angels. 2-2 pitch is sliced in the air. Long run and a great sliding catch by Jose. No, is that Iglesias? No, that's Rojas who came out of the shift. What a fine play. That, believe it or not, is just the second 1-2-3 inning of the game on this side of the scorecard. Last chance for the Angels as we go to the ninth.
I'm Robin Sanders, and I'm here at Minute Maid Park in front of the recently completed Fan Appreciation mural in center field.
We're busting our tails to get it finished day in, day out, and then to finally get to the end process where the unveiling, it was kind of surreal, and just being there, not just a bystander, but a participant of the unveil with media, the executives. The unveiling just capped off what was a great, great project.
Now that the mural is done, I'm just really happy that I got to partner with the Astros on the mural, as well as the 3 Art Institute students. They were absolutely incredible.
To the top of the 9th inning, last chance for the Angels tonight, down by 6. Hey, coming up on the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Next up, Twins and Indians, a day game from Cleveland. Got the Braves and Nats on the schedule. Good battle from the NL Central in Milwaukee. Giants and Reds, who seem to have played each other a lot already this year, in action as we speak. Or just finishing a series. And the Phillies and Marlins coming up at the end of May. Another afternoon affair, Thursday, May 27th. 3 exclusive games only on YouTube all year long. It is Ryan Presley on to put the finishing touches on what the Astros are hoping is a series opening win against a division rival. And on the first pitch to Kurt Suzuki, Presley gets a ground ball out.
Last time out for Ryan Presley up in Seattle. He picked up his first save of the year. Like Matt said, has yet to give up an earned run. Pitching in 6 innings this season. He is another guy with that high spin fastball, but he has 2 wipeout secondary pitches with a power slider and a power curveball.
One out, base is empty now for David Fletcher, who got his first base hit of the game in his most recent at bat. The Angels hopeful that Mike Trout will be okay to play tomorrow, but that's certainly something that people will be watching closely overnight and tomorrow morning. I know that the Angels beat writers are certainly looking for information. Another knock for Fletcher. A knuckleball sent out to right field. It did a right turn.
Again for Fletch.
Thing of beauty.
Wow. Yeah, it was almost like a Kenley Jansen cut fastball we saw the other day closing out a game. That had some cut action going the other way.
5th plate appearance tonight for Shohei Ohtani, who has been quiet this evening. 0 for 4 so far. In a more comfortable at-bat against a right-handed pitcher where his OPS is 200 points higher. Over 900 versus right-handed pitching, just over 700 against southpaws. and did not swing the bat. A couple other games going on right now, guys, and that big series between the Dodgers and Padres has resumed. First of 4 between those two rivals. And San Diego has a 2-0 lead at Dodger Stadium in the bottom of the 6th inning. Rookie Ryan Weathers throwing the ball very effectively for San Diego tonight.
Boy, they've been some great games so far. Almost playoff atmosphere already.
Yeah, no love lost between those two teams this year. That each of the 3 games in San Diego last weekend was chippy. .30 fastballs in for a strike.
Yeah, those games against for LA against San Diego are very enjoyable to watch. I'm still amazed at how good Dodger pitching is. Some of the guys that they have on their starting rotation absolutely amaze me, and I'm not sure how guys get hits off them.
Yeah, that depth is going to allow them to do exactly what they've stated their goal is, and they're going to start, to borrow the NBA term, they're going to start the load management phase of the season in June, where they'll go to a 6-man rotation on occasion. They'll pull a guy out. They'll bring somebody up from the alternate training site, and Ohtani strikes out. Man, he was in front of the count 3-0 and then took 2 big cuts at upper 90s gas and came up empty.
And he likes that high fastball as a left-handed batter too, but he couldn't catch up to this one there from Presley, going fastball upstairs at 96. 4-seamer gets it by him. Woo.
Last chance for the Angels is Scott Schebler. He has struck out and grounded out since coming onto the ball game and replacing Mike Trout, who again earlier was hit by a pitch in the elbow. A ball that mercifully hit him in the pad, but still Mike was removed as a precaution with a elbow contusion tonight. Houston a strike away from a series opening victory at home. Maybe it's the home cooking, Lummer. They win 6 of 7 to open the season. Ran roughshod over the Oakland A's. Since that series, fortunes of both teams have changed a little bit, and the Astros are hopeful that they're back on track tonight.
Yeah, it's got to feel good to get back home in front of their home fans, hear the cheering, and to put up a big number here at home. They haven't done that yet this year.
That'll do it with an exclamation point and a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. Ryan Presley remains perfect to start the year. And the Astros post an 8-2 victory at home. Congratulations to Dusty Baker. We talked about how he was on the doorstep of the 1900 club. He enters access tonight. 14th on the all-time wins list with his 1900th managerial win tonight. Eight to 2 the final. The MLB YouTube Game of the Week post-game show presented by Chime starts right now. The Astros with an 8-2 victory tonight. They take the series opener. Some timely offensive performances, multiple hit nights for guys like Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman, name brands cashing in tonight, and Cristian Javier with an outstanding night on the mound. The lone Angels highlight was the home run by Albert Pujols. one that just scraped the fair pole in right field, his first opposite field homer in the better part of 2 years. And the limited capacity crowd that came to watch this series opener tonight, for the most part, is exiting the building happy after an 8-2 win for the home side. We are awaiting a conversation with our Chime Player of the Game tonight. A little drama to reveal who that is. You had a vote in this watching at home. And between Carlos Correa, Alex Bregman, and Cristian Javier, we will reveal the winner of our Player of the Game honors and have a conversation with that Astro coming up shortly. I think we've got the winner in place. He is Cristian Javier. A career strikeout high, a career pitch count high, and a dominant night on the mound in his first start in 2 weeks, Scooby.
Yeah, I thought his stuff was off the charts. He had the four-seam fastball going, but his slider was a difference maker. Going into the game, I think his key was to be able to finish off with his slider. Well, he certainly did that with 9 strikeouts in 5 innings. Dusty Baker said before the game they were going to hope to stretch him out a little bit as far as pitch count, and he was right on the money on how well he threw tonight. Cristian
Javier is our Player of the Game, taking down the vote by a 45% to 33% margin over Alex Bregman. Man, it is way too early, Jeff Blum, to jump to any conclusions about who's truly hot, who's truly not. Not until the 40-game mark do a lot of us think you can really get a sense for what you have on the field. But based on the start the Astros had, winning 6 out of 7, based on how good they look tonight, we expect them to be in the fight all year long.
No, and they should be, and they have the pedigree to do it. You've seen it in the past. We talked about it in the Open, how they've been to the postseason. They've been to 4 ALCSs. So these guys understand how the season works. They understand that it is going to be a little bit longer season this year. So I think you're going to see less panic out of these guys. But also, when you start out a season in April, you want to put good numbers up. You want to get off to a great start. They had that for a week when they went through the Oakland A's. All of a sudden, they faltered a little bit when A.J. Hinch and the Detroit Tigers came through, got beat up a little bit, kind of took it on the chin, and then they had a couple of guys go on the injured list, and I think they started to reel a little bit and realize that they might be in a little bit of a tough spot. But these guys have rebounded. They're waiting to get Altuve back. They're waiting to get guys like Framber Valdez back. So things can trend in the right direction, but considering the way things have been for the last 10 days, this was a very welcome home for them.
You know, and for the Angels on the other side of this thing, Mark Gubicza, you go a long way to beating the Angels when you keep Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout quiet, and that's exactly what Cristian Javier and company did tonight.
Yeah, when you look at the power threats, you got Ohtani, Trout, and Jared Walsh, and for the most part, Javier and the bullpen for the Astros did a great job as far as neutralizing that, especially with the breakable throughout the entire game. David Fletcher wasn't able to get on base early in the game as much as we're used to seeing for the Angels. So, I mean, when you look at this division right now, guys, this is a very competitive division. A lot of people are saying, well, this is going to be a weaker division coming in. But the Oakland A's have been great. Seattle's been really good. Texas has played pretty solid baseball. The Angels have. And now the Astros, at some point, will start to play really good baseball. And this is going to be a fantastic race all the way to the end.
When you go back and kind of scrutinize the start of Alex Cobb tonight, he was close. And again, like Javier, who actually pitched at the alternate training site, it had been a while for Alex Cobb since he was last on a big league mound. 10 days, a long layoff, had his start skipped. I think he was good, and I think the difference for him tonight, I sound like a guy belly aching here, but the 1-1 pitch to Martin Maldonado. He got 2 out in the third. 1-1 pitch to Maldonado was called a ball that was not. It was a strike. That at-bat turned into a double. The floodgate opened. It turned into a 3-run inning, and Cobb was out of the ballgame before the end of the third. It's a matter of how one call, one pitch can kind of betray your night. I felt like he was on the verge of pitching out of it a couple times tonight, but couldn't get out of that final jam.
Yeah, you're exactly right on that. Every once in a while you need a pitch or something go your way to be able to go out there and put up the numbers you expect. But I still go back to what we talked about at the very beginning. When you're a sinker ball pitcher and you're too strong, you're going to overthrow some pitches. I didn't think his splitter was as good as it has been. His knuckle curve was really, really good, but his fastball had more lateral movement instead of sinking movement. I think that's where he ran into some problems. Not a lot of ground ball action for him. I just think it comes down to it. I would be curious to see what he said after the game, that he was too strong and maybe overthrew some pitches.
You know, we have our player of the game standing by with us with the help of a translator, and congratulations to Cristian Javier. A terrific night tonight, Cristian. Thanks for joining us. Tell us how you felt tonight and what you felt was working the best for you this evening.
¿Le puedes decir cómo te sentiste en el juego y qué estaba trabajando en mejor esta noche? Si pudiste hablar que cómo te sentiste esta noche y qué estaba trabajando en mejor cosa esta noche.
¿Ya hice la pregunta?
¿Me puedes oír?
¿Que se hicieron la pregunta ya?
Sí.
Oh, me sentí muy bien, gracias a Dios. Gracias a Dios por todas las bendiciones y la salud que me da. Me sentí súper bien, todo mi picheo por encima de la zona de detrás, de calidad. Y gracias a Dios Todopoderoso pude ejecutar temprano la cuenta y siempre estaba cayendo encima del conteo con el primer picheo detrás.
All thanks to God for all the success tonight. I felt good. I threw quality strikes over the plate, and I felt comfortable tonight, and success is to God. Thank you.
How was it, when you go into a game, you're preparing for a team that has Shohei Ohtani, Mike Trout, and Albert Pujols in a lineup? How were you able to stay so focused and be able to throw all your pitches in the strike zone, like you said?
¿Cómo te manteniste enfocado en la zona cuando están enfrentando jugadores como Mike Trout y Albert Pujols y Shohei Ohtani? ¿Cómo sentiste y cómo pudiste estar en la zona contra los jugadores de eso?
No, simplemente me mantuve enfocado y tratando de hacer todo lo posible para caerle encima con el primer picheo detrás. Y pensando que si le caía detrás el primer picheo, la cosa se me iba a ir siempre a mi favor, y gracias a Dios pude hacer el ajuste.
For me, it was just about staying focused, getting the first pitch over the zone for a strike. If I can command the zone early in the count and get ahead, then the rest of that bat was in my favor.
El Raptil, great game today. Tell me what it felt like to watch the Astros offense go out there and put up runs while you were pitching so good.
¿Cómo te sentiste cuando el equipo de nosotros pusieron carrera pichando contra ellos?
Muy bien, muy contento, gracias a Dios no pudimos tener la ventaja y todo íbamos echando a mi favor, y eso me ayudó a tomar un poco más de confianza y a seguir atacando la zona.
Super happy with the hitters. It's a lot less pressure when the offense comes through. I feel a little bit more relaxed and can attack the zone a little bit more.
Well, please relate to Cristian that it was a pleasure watching him pitch. By the way, sir, translator, thank you for your help today. What is your name? I feel like we should know your name as well.
My name is Derek Vigoa.
Derek, way to go. Thanks for helping us out.
Te dieron la gracia.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the translation. And
boy,
Cristian,
Derek.
Congratulations. That was great. Awesome. All right. We got a player of the game. It was a bull tonight. 98 pitches. 9 punch-outs. Both of those numbers are career highs. All 9 of them swinging. We're going to take a break, and we'll have more post-game coverage when we come back right after this.
Just smokes it. Forget about it. Oh, my goodness. Great baseball right there.
And that one's gonna go.
That ball was crushed.
And this is gonna do it. Oh my.
Strike 3. That was a great play. I talked about his fielding skills. That was remarkable.
Something like this is what they came for.
Welcome back to our Game of the Week post-game coverage, presented by Chime. An 8-2 win for the Astros, taking game one of this four-game set with division rival the Los Angeles Angels. And if you missed any of the play-by-play coverage, here's how it went down. Yeah, Blummer, Javier was down at the alternate site. This is his first big league start in a couple of weeks, but that was all by design, we understand. David Fletcher, Shohei Ohtani, and Mike Trout for the visiting Angels. The strikeout for Javier. Two strikeouts start the game for Cristian Javier.
Pretty nasty changeup.
I'm actually kind of curious to see this matchup between Cristian Javier, who has that good fastball in the upper portion of the zone. Jared Walsh has the reputation of being very good on hitting the fastball and driving it. He gets a lot of swings underneath.
Just like that. 3 strikeouts, nothing comes of the 2-out walk underway in Houston tonight. Cristian Javier, mix in a ground out, dude. All 6 via the swinging strikeout. And here's Miles Straw now. Sharply hit past the third baseman Rojas into the corner. That's going to get Diaz around to score. Miles Straw driving in the first run of the night, and it's 1-0 Astros. A ball into the short left field corner that he turns into a triple. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Correa. Ground ball that trickles through the infield, and allows Straw to score easily. Boy, that's a 2-strike count that just got away from Cobb. Big plate appearance here for Yuli Gurriel. Bases loaded. Here's the 3-2 pitch. And he just missed with the split change. Man, didn't miss by much. An RBI for Gurriel, his team leading 9-3-0 Astros. Kyle Tucker, a strikeout victim to end the first. And that's lined into shallow right, where Fletcher had him played perfectly to avoid any further damage.
Last year.
Oh, man, he got hit in the elbow, and I don't know that got him. There's no pad there, I don't think.
Yeah, he has a little protection there right around the tricep area, but that looked like it got him right in the elbow.
Yeah, I thought it was a slider, dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't pick up the ball here, no.
His stuff looks like that, too. I think
yeah. Mike Trout has come out of the ball game after being hit in the elbow a couple of innings ago. Tried to stick around. Scott Schebler has taken over in center field for him. Here's Alex Bregman now. He's been on base in all 3 of his plate appearances tonight. 2 singles, and he was hit by a pitch in the second. Another base hit. Man, he and Correa are going nuts at the top of this order. Carlos is going to score, and the Astros are on the board again. Pujols to right field. That's got a chance if it stays fair, and that one's gone. Albert Pujols to the opposite field to get the Angels on the board in the 6th. Wait a minute. All boundary calls are reviewable. Yeah, it's going to stand.
You know it.
And that is where the final score would end. 9-2, or 8-2 rather. Astros as Ryan Russell came on, was dominant in the 9th. Man, he has not allowed a run this year, and looks to be in 2018-ish form. So here's the final numbers: an 8-2 victory for the Astros. 8 runs on 13 hits, 2 runs on 8 hits for the Angels. The big note for the Angels is that Mike Trout left the game in the 4th after being hit in the elbow, as you saw. The word out of the Angels clubhouse was an elbow contusion. Good news that there was nothing further, and his status, of course, will be evaluated for the rest of the series. Hey, you know, as we welcome you back in, Matt Vasgersian with Mark Gubicza, Jeff Blum, we talked about some of the exit velos here, guys. You know, not everything was hit on the screws, Gooby, as it were.
No, I mean, but you're putting the ball in play. I mean, they not a lot of strikeouts for them. Contact, sometimes soft contact. No real baseballs hit over that 100-mile-an-hour mark we're so used to in Major League Baseball. But to their credit, both these teams, usually high contact teams, they scored 8 runs today. That's the most since April 4th. So pretty impressive to see what they did with Carlos Correa at the top of the order. Dusty Baker decided to make that decision to put him at the top, first time in his career, and it paid off with a lot of help at that top of the order and balance throughout the entire lineup of the Astros today.
Yeah, hey, Blummer, they might have a hard time getting Correa out of that leadoff spot. He seemed to like it. The final results seemed to like it. Maybe that's your new leadoff hitter until Altuve's back in the mix.
Yeah, they definitely needed a shakeup, and Dusty Baker wanting to go out there and get that 1900th win. He went out and got it today by having Carlos Correa at the top. And you talk about really like shaking things up. I don't think Correa was one of those guys they anticipated, because in the past he's been a 4, 5, 6 hole type hitter where he gets the opportunity to drive in runs, has a high risk number, drives the ball out of the ballpark, has some key moments. But we talked about it earlier in the game. You want guys at the top of your lineup to get the most at bats, and Carlos Correa is one of those guys that has been swinging the bat very well. He's got a keen eye, and he also has an opportunity to put your team up early with the power that he has. Very similar to George Springer, who left to go to Toronto.
One of those things that Dusty Baker was wondering about with us before the game, who's going to lead off. We got Correa in there. You know, Dickie Thon not available. Cesar Cedeno not available. Biggio's in the front office now. They found him, Brett, and that lineup construction worked out really well tonight for the Astros.
Boy, it certainly did. And even though Cristian Javier was our player of the game, we started this telecast talking about how the Houston Astros needed to win, they needed some offense, and they got both today. In their previous 4 games, they had 8 runs. They got 8 runs tonight on 13 base hits. 2/3 of the lineup was on base at least multiple times, combination of hits or hits and walks. Alex Bregman had the 3 base hits. That certainly was a bright side as well. And this is still a team waiting to get Jose Altuve back healthy. They hope productive. Yordan Alvarez has not played much at all over the last couple of years, so there's another guy they hope to be able to build towards over the next couple of months. And you guys talked about it. Oakland's won 11 straight. They may come back to earth. What's the staying power for the Seattle Mariners? The Angels obviously would like to get Rendon back. Astros would like to get Altuve back. So this could be a wild American League West race the rest of the year. You know, Lance Berkman, though, was a guy who played a lot of games on this field behind me, and Blummer probably knows this. Lance was always fond of saying a hitter's only as confident as his last game or his last couple of at-bats. So at least for tonight, this Astros team probably goes home feeling pretty good about themselves for the first time in probably about a week.
Well said, Brett. Great stuff. You bet. Let's take another break. An 8-2 win for the Astros. And we're back with more on our post-game coverage presented by Chime. Coming up next.
He has been the MVP of our season, continues to be the most underrated player on our roster.
Runner goes, and it's a ball. Throw down to third. Out at third base.
What he's been able to do and how he's been able to help our young pitching staff through the season, he's just the the rock of this team, and his will to win, the grit that he has, is something that I admire a lot.
Maldonado will drive this to deep left center field. Home run, Maldonado.
Big moment for the Astros and Kyle Tucker.
Kyle Tucker, pitch on the way. And Tucker hits it high in the air to right field. It sends back Moore. Looking up. See you later. See you later. Kyle Tucker with a walk-off home run in the bottom of the ninth. And the Astros beat the Mariners 3-2.
Welcome back to the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. Our post-game coverage is presented by Chime. 8-2 Astros in this series opener tonight. 3 more to come against these 2 teams starting tomorrow. And the hope for Angels fans is that Mike Trout, after being hit by a pitch in the elbow tonight, is okay to continue. Mike wore a mic for us, and here is Mike on the mic.
Yeah.
Massage?
No. Dude, I honestly thought it was a slider, buddy. I didn't even see it.
That's what I told Diaz.
Yeah, I thought it was a slider.
Because you put like your elbow down, like
Bro.
it was a slider. You good though?
Yeah. It's all right.
Don't come up. I'd love to see you hit.
I see you talking about the new mat. Yeah. I haven't played it tonight. Yeah. Dude, I thought it was a slider, dude.
Oh, really?
Dude, I can't pick up the ball here, bro. You know what I mean? So I kind of like was waiting for it to break, and dude, I don't think if I had my pad there, if I didn't have a pad, bro.
Yeah, Mike Trout would come out of the game shortly thereafter. We talked about this a little bit during play-by-play, Gooby, the fact that he hits only 218 here. You know, those are not Mike Trout numbers in any ballpark, so lowest of any major league stadium right here in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, every other ballpark, especially any other ballpark in the AL West, he has incredible numbers, but there at Minute Maid Park, he's really had a tough time seeing the baseball. And by the way, I just saw that Joe Madden said he expects Mike Trout to be in the lineup tomorrow, so that's good news for the Angels fans and any baseball fan to see Trout back in the lineup. But this doesn't see the ball real well. He wasn't able to determine if it was a slider or even a fastball today for Cristian Javier when he hit him in the elbow. So hopefully Mike Trout will be back up there and get a little bit better swings and see the ball a little bit better down there in Houston.
Yeah, Blummer, you talked about...
Yeah, first of all, I agree.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry to jump in, Matt. First of all, I agree. Everybody wants to see Mike Trout out there swinging the bat and putting up big numbers. But here at Minute Maid Park, it's kind of interesting to have him mic'd up and be as open as he was, talking about his inability to see the ball here at Minute Maid Park. We talked about the batter's eye being a little bit different, the LED lighting. And I've had several conversations with Jeff Bagwell talking about the days back at the Astrodome where guys would come in and have to adjust to the lighting in those ballparks. So it's kind of unique that this is one of those ballparks that gives him trouble. And maybe it's the 10th man for the Houston Astros when Mike Trout comes to town, because that seems to be the only kryptonite this guy has.
Yeah, watch what'll happen. He gets drilled in the elbow today. He's going to come out there tomorrow, hit 3 dingers, and so much for I can't see the ball at Minute Maid Park. We've seen that movie before. You know what else we saw tonight? Yeah, it's limited fan participation, but our fan of the night, 3rd inning, slicing foul ball. Check this dude out. Epic fall.
Oh.
And he lived to tell about it. He was all smiles afterwards. Thanks for being a good sport, sir. Hey, elsewhere on the falling fail docket, Monday in Philadelphia. Brandon Belt gets a hold of one, and it rattles around. And look at this. Hey!
Oh! Good Lord.
Like he was wearing skates, ice skates. Like 3-time Stanley Cup champion Ken Danico right here in New Jersey. Oh!
Oh, he gone.
Ken got a little too comfortable.
Oh, the Super Mo. Straight fear.
It's a good thing I don't have to work on the hockey side. I don't know how if Kenny is happy with us for that, but you know, that's Mr. Devil.
I know, but he can mix it up a little bit. So glad we're pretty far away from him as we laugh at that.
I managed.
Thank goodness for social distancing.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, and thank goodness for social media, because now those clips will live forever. Before we go, we want to remind fans of the rest of this package, the MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube. These are exclusive games that you can't see anywhere else. And the next one is coming at you Wednesday the 28th, 6 days from today. Day game between the Twins and Indians at Progressive Field. Got the Braves and Nationals, Cardinals, Brewers, Giants, and Reds. And the Phillies and Marlins then coming up Thursday, May 27th. Hey, the Twins and Indians is an interesting matchup, guys, because there are a lot of people that felt like it was the Twins and White Sox division to lose. Cleveland is without Carlos Carrasco, without Francisco Lindor, but it's a pitching factory there, and any staff that's still got Shane Bieber on it, for me, has a puncher's chance. I think they think that they're every bit the competitor in that division, along with the White Sox and Twins, Gooby.
Yeah, they got some great pitching, and when you look at how many home runs they've hit, they don't have a really deep lineup, but they've hit a lot of long balls. They score some runs that way, but their pitching staff, a young pitching staff, is so good. But Byron Buxton, by the way, for the Twins, one of the best players in the game. It's good to see him back out there. He was not available in the Angels series, but I'll tell you what, he does incredible stuff out in the outfield. Great throwing arm, power, and speed, elite speed. We talked about Ohtani. Buxton has that elite speed as well.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. They've got Byron Buxton, who was a second pick behind Carlos Correa, who's really come into his own. He was a swing and miss guy early, but it's been great to watch him make the adjustment and start to drive the ball out of the ballpark. Always been a Gold Glove center fielder for me from the time he stepped on the field. So it's going to be a lot of fun to watch that division match up a little bit. Great pitching for Cleveland. And, of course, the ageless wonder, Nelson Cruz, out there dropping bombs still.
Yeah, it's the Minnesota Twins looking up at the rest of the division, oddly, off to a wonky 6-10 start. Kansas City, the team to beat right now in the AL Central, setting the pace with a 10-7 record. Guys, this was a lot of fun tonight. Thanks for doing this, and I had a blast working with you guys. Been a long time that we've all known each other, and we finally got to do a game together tonight, so it was fun. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Matt Blummer. You guys are great, man. It was a blast hanging with you guys. And I finally got on the field for the first time in 2 years down here at the field.
You want to do some running and show it off for us? I mean, you could rip off the headset and run the bases, no?
No, they won't let me do that right now because I'll have to show off my athletic skills.
No, thanks for having me on, guys. It was great seeing you guys. I miss all of you. Can't wait to see you in person, and thank you for breaking me in gently.
And thanks to Brett Dolan as well for his contributions tonight. Good times, everybody. It's a wrap. The Astros take game 1 of the series by a final score of 8-2. The next MLB Game of the Week live on YouTube, presented by Chime. Wednesday, April 28th, the Twins and Indians from Cleveland. For Mark Gubicza, Jeff Blum, and Brett Dolan, Matt Vasgersian saying so long. Thanks for watching.